Chapter 32, Part 2 of Paul Clifford by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32, Part 2. We scarcely know what sensations it would have occasioned in one who had known Brandon only in his later years, could he have read those letters referring to so much earlier a date. There was in the keen and arid character of the man so little that recalled any idea of courtship or youthful gallantry, that a correspondence of that nature would have appeared almost as unnatural as the loves of plants or the amatory softenings of a mineral. The correspondence now before Brandon was descriptive of various feelings, but all appertaining to the same class. Most of them were apparent answers to letters from him. One, while they replied tenderly to expressions of tenderness, but intimated a doubt whether the writer would be able to constitute his future happiness, and atone for certain sacrifices of birth and fortune, and ambitious prospects to which she alluded. At other times a vein of latent coquetry seemed to pervade the style. An indescribable air of coolness and reserve contrasted former passages in the correspondence, and was calculated to convey to the reader an impression that the feelings of the lover were not altogether adequately returned. Frequently the writer, as if Brandon had expressed himself sensible of this conviction, reproached him for unjust jealousy and unworthy suspicion, and the tone of the reproach varied in each letter. Sometimes it was gay and satirizing, at others soft and expostulatory, at others gravely reasoning, and often haughtily indignant. Still, throughout the whole correspondence on the part of the mistress, there was a sufficient stamp of individuality to give a shrewd examiner some probable guess at the writer's character. He would have judged her, perhaps, capable of strong and ardent feeling, but ordinarily of a light and capricious turn, and seemingly proper to imagine and to resent offense. With these letters were mingled others in Brandon's writing, of how different, of how impassioned a description. All that a deep, proud, meditative, exacting character could dream of love given, or require of love returned, was poured burningly over the pages. Yet they were full of reproach, of jealousy, of a nice and torturing observation, as calculated to wound as the ardor might be fitted to charm. And often the bitter tendency to disdain that distinguished his temperament broke through the fondest enthusiasm of courtship or the softest outpourings of love. "You saw me not yesterday," he wrote in one letter, "but I saw you. All day I was by you. You gave not a look which passed me unnoticed. You made not a movement which I did not chronicle in my memory. Julia, do you tremble when I tell you this? Yes, if you have a heart. I know these words would stab it to the core. You may affect to answer me indignantly. Wise dissembler, it is very skillful, very, to assume anger when you have no reply. I repeat, during the whole of that party of pleasure. Pleasure! Well, your tastes, it must be acknowledged, are exquisite, which you enjoyed yesterday, and which you so faintly asked me to share. My eye was on you. You did not know that I was in the wood when you took the grin of the incomparable Digby, with so pretty a semblance of alarm at the moment the snake, which my foot disturbed, glided across your path. You did not know I was within hearing of the tent where you made so agreeable a repast, and from which your laughter sent peals so many and so numerous. Laughter! Oh, Julia, can you tell me that you love, and yet be happy even to mirth when I am away? Love, oh God, how different a sensation is mine! Mine makes my whole principle of life. Yours, I tell you that I think at moments I would rather have your hate than the lukewarm sentiment you bear to me, and honor by the name of affection. Pretty phrase! I have no affection for you. Give me not that sickly word, but try with me, Julia, to invent some expression that has never filtered a paltry meaning through the lips of another. Affection, why, that is a sister's word, a girl's word, to her pet squirrel. Never was it made for that ruby and most ripe mouth. Shall I come to your house this evening? Your mother has asked me, and you heard her, and said nothing. Oh, but that was maiden reserve, was it? And maiden reserve caused you to take up a book the moment I left you, as if my company made but an ordinary amusement, instantly to be replaced by another. When I have seen you, society, books, food, all are hateful to me. But you, sweet Julia, you can read, can you? Why, when I left you, I lingered by the parlor window for hours, till dusk, and you never once lifted your eyes, nor saw me pass and repass. At least I thought you would have watched my steps when I left the house. But I err, charming moralist. According to you, that vigilance would have been meanness. In another part of the correspondence, a more grave, if not a deeper gush of feeling struggled for expression. You say, Julia, that were you to marry one who thinks so much of what he surrenders for you, and who requires from yourself so vast a return of love, you should tremble for the future happiness of both of us? Julia, the triteness of that fear proves that you love not at all. I do not tremble for our future happiness. On the contrary, the intensity of my passion for you makes me know that we never can be happy, never beyond the first rapture of our union. Happiness is a quiet and tranquil feeling. No feeling that I can possibly bear to you will ever receive those epithets. I know that I shall be wretched and accursed when I am united to you. Start not, I will presently tell you why. But I do not dream of happiness, neither could you fathom one drop of the dark and limitless ocean of my emotions, would you name to me that word. It is not the mercantile and callous calculation of chances for future felicity. What homily supplied you with so choice a term, that enters into the heart that cherishes an all-pervading love? Passion looks only to one object, to nothing beyond. I thirst, I consume, not for happiness, but you. Were your possession inevitably to lead me to a gulf of anguish and shame, think you I should covet it one jot the less? If you carry one thought, one hope, one dim fancy beyond the event that makes you mine, you may be more worthy of the esteem of others, but you are utterly undeserving of my love. I will tell you now why I know we cannot be happy. In the first place, when you say that I am proud of birth, that I am morbidly ambitious, that I am anxious to shine in the great world, and that after the first intoxication of love has passed away, I shall feel bitterness against one who has so humbled my pride and darkened my prospects, I'm not sure that you wholly err. But I am sure that the instant remedy is in your power. Have you patience, Julia, to listen to a kind of history of myself, or rather of my feelings? If so, perhaps it may be the best method of explaining all that I would convey. You will see then that my family pride and my worldly ambition are not founded altogether on those basements which move my laughter in another. If my feelings thereon are really, however, as you would insinuate, equal matter for derision, behold, my Julia, I can laugh equally at them. So pleasant a thing to me is scorn, that I would rather despise myself than have no one to despise. But to my narrative. You must know that there are but two of us, sons of a country squire of old family, which once possessed large possessions and something of historical renown. We lived in an old country place. My father was a convivial dog, a fox hunter, a drunkard, yet in his way a fine gentleman, and a very disreputable member of society. The first feelings towards him that I can remember were those of shame. Not much matter of family pride here, you will say. True, and that is exactly the reason which made me cherish family pride elsewhere. My father's house was filled with guests, some high and some low. They all united in ridicule of the host. I soon detected the laughter, and you may imagine that it did not please me. Meanwhile the old huntsman, whose family was about as ancient as ours, and whose ancestors had officiated in his capacity for the ancestors of his master, time out of mind, told me story after story about the Brandons of yore. I turned from the stories to more legitimate history, and found the legends were tolerably true. I learned to glow at this discovery. The pride, humbled when I remembered my sire, revived when I remembered my ancestors. I became resolved to emulate them, to restore a sunken name, and vowed a world of nonsense on the subject. The habit of brooding over these ideas grew on me. I never heard a jest broken on my paternal guardian. I never caught the maudlin look of his reeling eyes, nor listened to some exquisite inanity from his besotted lips, but that my thoughts flew instantly back to the Sir Charleses and the Sir Roberts of my race, and I comforted myself with the hope that the present degeneracy should pass away. Hence, Julia, my family pride. Hence, too, another feeling you dislike in me, disdain. I first learned to despise my father, the host, and I then despised my acquaintances, his guests. For I saw, while they laughed at him, that they flattered, and that their merriment was not the only thing suffered to feed at his expense. Thus contempt grew up with me, and I had nothing to check it, for when I looked around I saw not one living thing that I could respect. This father of mine had the sense to think I was no idiot. He was proud, poor man, of my talents, namely of prizes won at school, and congratulatory letters from my masters. He sent me to college. My mind took a leap there. I will tell you, prettiest, what it was. Before I went thither I had some fine vague visions about virtue. I thought to revive my ancestral honors by being good. In short, I was an embryo King Pepin. I awoke from this dream at the university. There for the first time I perceived the real consequence of rank. At school, you know, Julia, boys care nothing for a lord. A good cricketer, an excellent fellow, is worth all the earls in the peerage. But at college all that ceases. Bats and balls sink into the nothingness in which corals and bells had sunk before. One grows manly, and worships coronets and carriages. I saw it was a fine thing to get a prize, but it was 10 times a finer thing to get drunk with a peer. So when I had done the first, my resolve to be worthy of my sires made me do the second. Not indeed exactly. I never got drunk. My father disgusted me with that vice betimes. To his gluttony I owe my vegetable diet, and to his inebriety my addiction to water. No, I did not get drunk with peers, but I was just as agreeable to them as if I had been equally imbruted. I knew intimately all the hats in the university, and I was henceforth looked up to by the caps, as if my head had gained the height of every hat that I knew. At Cambridge, the sons of noblemen and the eldest sons of baronets are allowed to wear hats instead of the academical cap. But I did not do this immediately. I must tell you 2 little anecdotes that first initiated me into the secret of real greatness. The first was this. I was sitting at dinner with some fellows of a college, grave men and clever. 2 of them, not knowing me, were conversing about me. They heard, they said, that I should never be so good a fellow as my father, have such a cellar, or keep such a house. I've met 6 earls there, and a marquis. Quoth the other senior, and his son, returned the first Don, only keeps company with sizars, I believe. So then, said I to myself, to deserve the praise even of clever men, one must have good wines, know plenty of earls, and forswear sizars. Nothing could be truer than my conclusion. Anecdote the second is this. On the day I gained a high university prize, I invited my friends to dine with me. 4 of them refused because they were engaged. They had been asked since I asked them. Tuum, the richest man at the university. These occurrences happening at the same time threw me into a profound reverie. I awoke and became a man of the world. I no longer resolved to be virtuous and to hunt after the glory of your Romans and your Athenians. I resolved to become rich, powerful, and of worldly repute. I abjured my honest sizars, and, as I said before, I courted some rich hats. Behold my first grand step in the world. I became the parasite and the flatterer. What? Would my pride suffer this? Verily, yes. My pride delighted in it, for it soothed my spirit of contempt to put these fine fellows to my use. It soothed me to see how easily I could cajole them, and to what a variety of purposes I could apply even the wearisome disgust of their acquaintance. Nothing is so foolish as to say the idle great are of no use. They can be put to any use whatsoever that a wise man is inclined to make of them. Well, Julia, lo, my character already formed, the family pride, disdain, and worldly ambition. There it is for you. After circumstances only strengthened the impression already made. I desired, on leaving college, to go abroad. My father had no money to give me. What signified that? I looked carelessly around for some wealthier convenience than the paternal board. I found it in a Lord Maleverer. He had been at college with me, and I endured him easily as a companion, for he had accomplishments, wit, and good nature. I made him wish to go abroad, and I made him think he should die of ennui if I did not accompany him. To his request to that effect I reluctantly agreed, and saw everything in Europe which he neglected to see at his expense. What amused me the most was the perception that I, the parasite, was respected by him, and he, the patron, was ridiculed by me. It would not have been so if I had depended on my virtue. Well, sweetest Julia, the world, as I have said, gave to my college experience a sacred authority. I returned to England, and my father died, leaving to me not a sixpence, and to my brother an estate so mortgaged that he could not enjoy it, and so restricted that he could not sell it. It was now the time for me to profit by the experience I boasted of. I saw that it was necessary I should take some profession. Professions are the masks to your pauper robe. They give respectability to cheating, and a diploma to feed upon others. I analyzed my talents, and looked to the customs of my country. The result was my resolution to take to the bar. I had an inexhaustible power of application. I was keen, shrewd, and audacious. All these qualities tell at the courts of justice. I kept my legitimate number of terms. I was called. I went the circuit. I obtained not a brief, Julia. My health, never robust, gave way beneath study and irritation. I was ordered to betake myself to the country. I came to this village as one both salubrious and obscure. I lodged in the house of your aunt. You came hither daily. I saw you. You know the rest. But where all this time were my noble friends, you will say? 'Sdeath! Since we had left college, they had learned a little of the wisdom I had then possessed. They were not disposed to give something for nothing. They had younger brothers, and cousins, and mistresses, and, for aught I know, children to provide for. Besides, they had their own expenses. The richer a man is, the less he has to give. One of them would have bestowed on me a living if I had gone into the church; another a commission if I had joined his regiment. But I knew the day was past both for priest and soldier, and it was not merely to live, no, nor to live comfortably, but to enjoy power, that I desired. So I declined these offers. Others of my friends would have been delighted to have kept me in their house, feasted me, joked with me, rode with me, nothing more. But I had already the sense to see that if a man dances himself into distinction, it is never by the steps of attendance. One must receive favors and court patronage, but it must be with the air of an independent man. My old friends thus rendered useless, my legal studies forbade me to make new, nay, they even estranged me from the old. For people may say what they please about a similarity of opinions being necessary to friendship. A similarity of habits is much more so. It is the man you dine, breakfast, and lodge with, walk, ride, gamble, or thieve with, that is your friend, not the man who likes Virgil as well as you do, and agrees with you in an admiration of Handel. Meanwhile my chief prey, Lord Mauleverer, was gone. He had taken another man's Dulcinea, and sought out a bower in Italy. From that time to this I have never heard of him, nor seen him. I know not even his address, with the exception of a few stray gleanings from my brother, who, good easy man, I could plunder more, were I not resolved not to ruin the family stock. I have been thrown on myself. The result is, that, though as clever as my fellows, I have narrowly shunned starvation. Had my wants been less simple, there would have been no shunning in the case. But a man is not easily starved who drinks water, and eats by the ounce. A more effectual fate might have befallen me. Disappointment, wrath, baffled hope, mortified pride, all these, which gnawed at my heart, might have consumed it long ago. I might have fretted away, as a garment which the moth eateth, had it not been for that fund of obstinate and iron hardness, which nature, I beg pardon, there is no nature, circumstance bestowed upon me. This has borne me up, and will bear me yet through time, and shame, and bodily weakness, and mental fever, until my ambition has won a certain height, and my disdain of human pettiness rioted in the external sources of fortune, as well as an inward fountain of bitter and self-fed consolation. Yet, O Julia, I know not if even this would have supported me, if at that epoch of life, when I was most wounded, most stricken in body, most soured in mind, my heart had not met and fastened itself to yours. I saw you, loved you, and life became to me a new object. Even now, as I write to you, all my bitterness, my pride, vanish. Everything I have longed for disappears. My very ambition is gone. I have no hope but for you, Julia. Beautiful, adored Julia, when I love you, I love even my kind. Oh, you know not the power you possess over me. Do not betray it. You can yet make me all that my boyhood once dreamed, or you can harden every thought, feeling, sensation into stone. I was to tell you why I looked not for happiness in our union. You have now seen my nature. You have traced the history of my life by tracing the history of my character. You see what I surrender in gaining you. I do not deny the sacrifice. I surrender the very essentials of my present mind and soul. I cease to be worldly. I cannot raise myself. I cannot revive my ancestral name. Nay, I shall relinquish it forever. I shall adopt a disguised appellation. I shall sink into another grade of life, in some remote village, by means of some humbler profession than that I now follow. We must earn our subsistence, and smile at ambition. I tell you frankly, Julia, when I close the eyes of my heart, when I shut you from my gaze, this sacrifice appalls me. But even then you force yourself before me, and I feel that one glance from your eye is more to me than all. If you could bear with me, if you could soothe me, if when a cloud is on me you could suffer it to pass away unnoticed, and smile on me the moment it is gone, oh, Julia, there would be then no extreme of poverty, no abasement of fortune, no abandonment of early dreams, which would not seem to me rapture if coupled with the bliss of knowing that you are mine. Never should my lip, never should my eye tell you that there is that thing on earth for which I repine, or which I could desire. No, Julia, could I flatter my heart with this hope, you would not find me dream of unhappiness and you united. But I tremble, Julia, when I think of your temper and my own. You will conceive a gloomy look from one never mirthful is an insult, and you will feel every vent of passion on fortune or on others as a reproach to you. Then, too, you cannot enter into my nature. You cannot descend into its caverns. You cannot behold, much less can you deign to lull the exacting and lynx-eyed jealousy that dwells there. Sweetest Julia, every breath of yours, every touch of yours, every look of yours, I yearn for beyond all a mother's longing for the child that has been torn from her for years. Your head leaned upon an old tree. Do you remember it near blank? And I went every day after seeing you to kiss it. Do you wonder that I am jealous? How can I love you as I do and be otherwise? My whole being is intoxicated with you. This, then, your pride in mine, your pleasure in the admiration of others, your likeness, Julia, make me foresee an eternal and gushing source of torture to my mind. I care not, I care for nothing, so that you are mine, if but for 1 hour. It seems that despite the strange, sometimes the unlover-like and fiercely selfish nature of these letters from Brandon, something of a genuine tone of passion, perhaps their originality, aided no doubt by some uttered eloquence of the writer, and some treacherous inclination on the part of the mistress, ultimately conquered, and that a union so little likely to receive the smile of a prosperous star was at length concluded. The letter which terminated the correspondence was from Brandon. It was written on the evening before the marriage, which, it appeared by the same letter, was to be private and concealed. After a rapturous burst of hope and joy, it continued thus: Yes, Julia, I recant my words. I have no belief that you or I shall ever have cause hereafter for unhappiness. Those eyes that dwelt so tenderly on mine, that hand whose pressure lingers yet in every nerve of my frame, those lips turned so coyly, yet shall I say, reluctantly from me, all tell me that you love me, and my fears are banished. Love, which conquered my nature, will conquer the only thing I would desire to see altered in yours. Nothing could ever make me adore you less, though you affect to dread it. Nothing but a knowledge that you are unworthy of me, that you have a thought for another, then I should not hate you. No, the privilege of my past existence would revive. I should revel in a luxury of contempt. I should despise you. I should mock you, and I should be once more what I was before I knew you. But why do I talk thus? My bride, my blessing, forgive me. In concluding our extracts from this correspondence, we wish the reader to note first that the love professed by Brandon seems of that vehement and corporeal nature which, while it is often the least durable, is often the most susceptible of the fiercest extremes of hatred or even of disgust. Secondly, that the character opened by this sarcastic candor evidently required in a mistress either an utter devotion or a skillful address. And thirdly, that we have hinted at such qualities in the fair correspondent as did not seem sanguinely to promise either of these essentials. While with a curled, yet often with a quivering lip, the austere and sarcastic Brandon slowly compelled himself to the task of proceeding through these monuments of former folly and youthful emotion, the further elucidation of those events, now rapidly urging on a fatal and dread catastrophe, spreads before us a narrative occurring many years prior to the time at which we are present arrived. End of chapter 32, part 2. Chapter 33 of Paul Clifford by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. Clem, lift the dark veil of years. Behind, what waits? A human heart. Vast city, where reside all glories and all vilenesses, while foul, yet silent, through the roar of passions rolls the river of the darling sin, and bears a life and yet a poison on its tide. Clem, thy wife? Vict, avaunt, I've changed that word to scorn. Clem, thy child? Vict, ay, that strikes home. My child, my child. Love and Hatred by blank. To an obscure town in shire there came to reside a young couple, whose appearance and habits drew towards them from the neighbouring gossips a more than ordinary attention. They bore the name of Welford. The man assumed the profession of a solicitor. He came without introduction or recommendation. His manner of life bespoke poverty. His address was reserved and even sour, and despite the notice and scrutiny with which he was regarded, he gained no clients and made no lawsuits. The want of all those decent charlatanisms which men of every profession are almost necessitated to employ, and the sudden and unushered nature of his coming, were perhaps the cause of this ill success. His house was too small, people said, for respectability, and little good could be got from a solicitor, the very rails round whose door were so sadly in want of repainting. Then, too, Mrs. Welford made a vast number of enemies. She was, beyond all expression, beautiful, and there was a certain coquetry in her manner which showed she was aware of her attractions. All the ladies of hated her. A few people called on the young couple. Welford received them coldly. Their invitations were unaccepted, and what was worse, they were never returned. The devil himself could not have supported an attorney under such circumstances. Reserved, shabby, poor, rude, introductionless, a bad house, an unpainted railing, and a beautiful wife. Nevertheless, though Welford was not employed, he was, as we have said, watched. On their first arrival, which was in summer, the young pair were often seen walking together in the fields or groves which surrounded their home. Sometimes they walked affectionately together, and it was observed with what care Welford adjusted his wife's cloak or shawl around her slender shape, as the cool of the evening increased. But often his arm was withdrawn. He lingered behind, and they continued their walk, or returned homeward in silence and apart. By degrees, whispers circulated throughout the town that the new married couple lived by no means happily. The men laid the fault on the stern-looking husband, the women on the minx of a wife. However, the solitary servant whom they kept declared that though Mr. Welford did sometimes frown, and Mrs. Welford did sometimes weep, they were extremely attached to each other, and only quarrelled through love. The maid had had 4 lovers herself, and was possibly experienced in such matters. They received no visitors, near or from a distance, and the postman declared he had never seen a letter directed to either. Thus a kind of mystery hung over the pair, and made them still more gazed on, and still more disliked, which is saying a great deal, than they would have otherwise been. Poor as Welford was, his air and walk eminently bespoke what common persons term gentility, and in this he had greatly the advantage of his beautiful wife, who, though there was certainly nothing vulgar or plebeian in her aspect, altogether wanted the refinement of manner, look, and phrase which characterized Welford. For about 2 years they lived in this manner, and so frugally and tranquilly, that though Welford had not any visible means of subsistence, no one could well wonder in what manner they did subsist. About the end of that time, Welford suddenly embarked a small sum in a county speculation. In the course of this adventure, to the great surprise of his neighbours, he evinced an extraordinary turn for calculation, and his habits plainly bespoke a man both of business and ability. This disposal of capital brought a sufficient return to support the Welfords, if they had been so disposed, in rather better style than heretofore. They remained, however, in much the same state, and the only difference that the event produced was the retirement of Mr. Welford from the profession he had embraced. He was no longer a solicitor. It must be allowed that he resigned no great advantages in this retirement. About this time some officers were quartered at , and one of them, a handsome lieutenant, was so struck with the charms of Mrs. Welford, whom he saw at church, that he lost no opportunity of testifying his admiration. It was maliciously, yet not unfoundedly, remarked, that though no absolute impropriety could be detected in the manner of Mrs. Welford, she certainly seemed far from displeased with the evident homage of the young lieutenant. A blush tinged her cheek when she saw him, and the gallant coxcomb asserted that the blush was not always without a smile. Emboldened by the interpretations of his vanity, in contrasting, as every one else did, his own animated face and glittering garb with the ascetic and gloomy countenance, the unstudied dress and austere gait, which destroyed in Welford the effect of a really handsome person, our lieutenant thought fit to express his passion by a letter, which he conveyed to Mrs. Welford's pew. Mrs. Welford went not to church that day. The letter was found by a good-natured neighbor, and enclosed anonymously to the husband. Whatever in the secrecy of domestic intercourse took place on this event was necessarily unknown, but the next Sunday the face of Mr. Welford, which had never before appeared at church, was discerned by one vigilant neighbor, probably the anonymous friend, not in the same pew with his wife, but in a remote corner of the sacred house. And once, when the lieutenant was watching to read in Mrs. Welford's face some answer to his epistle, the same obliging inspector declared that Welford's countenance assumed a sardonic and withering sneer that made his very blood to creep. However this be, the lieutenant left his quarters, and Mrs. Welford's reputation remained dissatisfactorily untarnished. Shortly after this the county speculation failed, and it was understood that the Welfords were about to leave the town, whither none knew. Some said to jail, but then unhappily no debts could be discovered. Their bills had been next to nothing, but at least they had been regularly paid. However, before the rumored emigration took place, a circumstance equally wonderful to the good people of occurred. One bright spring morning a party of pleasure from a great house in the vicinity passed through that town. Most conspicuous of these was a young horseman, richly dressed, and of a remarkably showy and handsome appearance. Not a little sensible of the sensation he created, this cavalier lingered behind his companions in order to eye more deliberately certain damsels stationed in a window, and who were quite ready to return his glances with interest. At this moment the horse, which was fretting itself fiercely against the rein that restrained it from its fellows, took a fright at a knife grinder, started violently to one side, and the graceful cavalier, who had been thinking not of the attitude best adapted to preserve his equilibrium, but to display his figure, was thrown with some force upon a heap of bricks and rubbish which had long, to the scandal of the neighborhood, stood before the paintless railings around Mr. Welford's house. Welford himself came out at the time, and felt compelled, for he was by no means one whose sympathetic emotions flowed easily, to give a glance to the condition of a man who lay motionless before his very door. The horseman quickly recovered his senses, but found himself unable to rise. One of his legs was broken. Supported in the arms of his groom, he looked around, and his eye met Welford's. An instant recognition gave life to the face of the former, and threw a dark blush over the sullen features of the latter. "Heavens!" said the cavalier, "is that—" "Hist, my lord!" cried Welford, quickly interrupting him, and glancing round. "But you are hurt? Will you enter my house?" The horseman signified his assent, and between the groom and Welford was borne within the shabby door of the ex-solicitor. The groom was then dispatched with an excuse to the party, many of whom were already hastening around the house, and though one or two did force themselves across the inhospitable threshold, yet so soon as they had uttered a few expletives, and felt their stare sink beneath the sullen and chilling asperity of the host, they satisfied themselves that though it was darned unlucky for their friend, yet they could do nothing for him at present; and promising to send to inquire after him the next day, they remounted and rode homeward, with an eye more attentive than usual to the motion of their steeds. They did not, however, depart till the surgeon of the town had made his appearance, and declared that the patient must not on any account be moved. A lord's leg was a windfall that did not happen every day to the surgeon of . All this while we may imagine the state of anxiety experienced in the town, and the agonized endurance of those rural nerves which are produced in scanty populations, and have so Taliecotian a sympathy with the affairs of other people. One day, 2 days, 3 days, a week, a fortnight, nay, a month passed, and the lord was still the inmate of Mr. Welford's abode. Leaving the gossips to feed on their curiosity, cannibals of their own hearts, we must give a glance towards the interior of the inhospitable mansion of the ex-solicitor. It was towards evening. The sufferer was supported on a sofa, and the beautiful Mrs. Welford, who had officiated as his nurse, was placing the pillow under the shattered limb. He himself was attempting to seize her hand, which she coyly drew back, and uttering things sweeter and more polished than she had ever listened to before. At this moment Welford softly entered. He was unnoticed by either, and he stood at the door contemplating them with a smile of calm and self-hugging derision. The face of Mephistopheles regarding Margaret and Faust might suggest some idea of the picture we design to paint, but the countenance of Welford was more lofty, as well as comelier in character, though not less malignant in expression than that which the incomparable wretch has given to the mocking fiend. So utter, so congratulatory, so lordly was the contempt on Welford's dark and striking features, that though he was in that situation in which ridicule usually attaches itself to the husband, it was the gallant and the wife that would have appeared to the beholder in a humiliating and unenviable light. After a momentary pause, Welford approached with a heavy step. The wife started, but with a bland and smooth expression, which since his sojourn in the town of had been rarely visible in his aspect. The host joined the pair, smiled on the nurse, and congratulated the patient on his progress towards recovery. The nobleman, well learned in the usages of the world, replied easily and gaily, and the conversation flowed on cheerfully enough till the wife, who had sat abstracted and apart, stealing ever and anon timid glances towards her husband, and looks of a softer meaning towards the patient, retired from the room. Welford then gave a turn to the conversation. He reminded the nobleman of the pleasant days they had passed in Italy, of the adventures they had shared, and the intrigues they had enjoyed. As the conversation warmed, it assumed a more free and licentious turn, and not a little, we ween, would the good folks of have been amazed, could they have listened to the gay jests and the libertine maxims which flowed from the thin lips of that cold and severe Welford, whose countenance gave the lie to mirth. Of women in general they spoke with that lively contempt which is the customary tone with men of the world, only in Welford it assumed a bitterer, a deeper, and a more philosophical cast than it did in his more animated yet less energetic guest. The nobleman seemed charmed with his friend. The conversation was just to his taste, and when Welford had supported him up to bed, he shook that person cordially by the hand, and hoped he should soon see him in very different circumstances. When the peer's door was closed on Welford, he stood motionless for some moments. He then, with a soft step, ascended to his own chamber. His wife slept soundly. Beside the bed was the infant's cradle. As his eyes fell on the latter, the rigid irony, now habitual to his features, relaxed. He bent over the cradle long and in deep silence. The mother's face, blended with the sire's, was stamped on the sleeping and cherub countenance before him. And as at length, rousing from his reverie, he kissed it gently, he murmured, "When I look on you, I will believe that she once loved me." "Pa," he said, abruptly, and rising, "this fatherly sentiment for a *s offering is exquisite in me." So saying, without glancing towards his wife, who, disturbed by the loudness of his last words, stirred uneasily, he left the room, and descended into that where he had conversed with his guest. He shut the door with caution, and striding to and fro the humble apartment, gave vent to thoughts marshalled somewhat in the broken array in which they now appear to the reader. I, she has been my ruin, and if I were one of your weak fools who make a gospel of the silliest, and most mawkish follies of this social state. She would now be my disgrace. But instead of my disgrace, I will make her my footstool to honor and wealth. And then to the devil with the footstool. Yes, 2 years I have borne what was enough to turn my whole blood into gall, inactivity, hopelessness, a wasted heart and life in myself, contumely from the world, coldness, bickering, ingratitude from the one for whom, O ass that I was, I gave up the most cherished part of my nature, rather my nature itself. 2 years I have borne this, and now will I have my revenge. I will sell her, sell her. God, I will sell her like the commonest beast of a market, and this paltry piece of false coin shall buy me my world. Other men's vengeance comes from hatred, a base, rash, unphilosophical sentiment. Mine comes from scorn, the only wise state for the reason to rest in. Other men's vengeance ruins themselves. Mine shall save me. Ha! How my soul chuckles when I look at this pitiful pair, who think I see them not, and know that every moment they make is on a mesh of my web. Yet, and Welford paused slowly, yet I cannot but mock myself when I think of the arch gall that this boy's madness, love, love indeed, the very word turns me sick with loathing, made of me. Had that woman, silly, weak, automatal as she is, really loved me? Had she been sensible of the unspeakable sacrifice I had made to her? Antony's was nothing to it. He lost a real world only. Mine was the world of imagination. Had she but condescended to learn my nature, to subdue the woman's devil at her own, I could have lived on in this babbling hermitage forever, and fancied myself happy and resigned. I could have become a different being. I fancy I could have become what your moralists, quacks, call good. But this fretting frivolity of heart, this lust of fool's praise, this peevishness of temper, this sullenness in answer to the moody thought, which in me she neither fathomed nor forgave, this vulgar, daily, hourly pining at the paltry pinches of the body's poverty, the domestic whine, the household complaint, when I've not a thought for such pitiful trials of affection, and all this while my curses, my buried hope and disguised spirit and sunken name not thought of, the magnitude of my surrender to her not even comprehended, nay, her inconveniences, a dim hearth, I suppose, or a daintyless table, compared, aye, absolutely compared, with all which I abandoned for her sake. As if it were not enough. Had I been a fool, an ambitionless, soulless fool, the mere thought that I had linked my name to that of a tradesman, I beg pardon, a retired tradesman, as if that knowledge, a knowledge I would strangle my whole race, every one who has ever seen me, rather than they should penetrate, were not enough when she talks of comparing to make me gnaw the very flesh from my bones. No, 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 never was there so bright a turn in my fate as when this titled coxcomb, with his smooth voice and gaudy fripperies, came hither. I will make her a tool to carve my escape from this cavern wherein she has plunged me. I will foment my lord's passion, till my lord thinks the passion, a butterfly's passion, worth any price. I will then make my own terms, bind my lord to secrecy, and get rid of my wife, my shame, and the obscurity of Mr. Welford forever. Bright, bright prospects! Let me shut my eyes to enjoy you, but softly. My noble friend calls himself a man of the world, skilled in human nature, and a derider of its prejudices. True enough, in his own little way, thanks not to enlarged views, but of vicious experience. So he is. The book of the world is a vast miscellany. He is perfectly well acquainted, doubtless, with those pages that treat of the fashions. Profoundly versed, I warrant, in the Magasin des Modes, tacked to the end of the index. But shall I, even with all the mastership which my mind must exercise over his, shall I be able utterly to free myself, in this peer of the world's mind, from a degrading remembrance? Cuckold, cuckold, 'tis an ugly word, a convenient, willing cuckold, humph! There is no grandeur, no philosophical varnish in the phrase. Let me see. Yes, I have a remedy for all that. I was married privately. Well, under disguised names. Well, it was a stolen marriage far from her town. Well, witnesses unknown to her. Well, proofs easily secured to my possession. Excellent. The fool shall believe it a forged marriage, an ingenious gallantry of mine. I will wash out the stain, cuckold with the water of another word. I will make market of a mistress, not a wife. I will warn him not to acquaint her with this secret. Let me consider for what reason. Oh, my son's legitimacy may be convenient to me hereafter. He will understand that reason, and I will have his honor thereon. And by the way, I do care for that legitimacy, and will guard the proofs. I love my child. Ambitious men do love their children. I may become a lord myself, and may wish for a lord to succeed me. And that son is mine, thank heaven. I am sure on that point. The only child, too, that ever shall arise to me. Never, I swear, will I again put myself beyond my own power. All my nature, save one passion, I have hitherto mastered. That passion shall henceforth be my slave. My only thought be ambition. My only mistress be the world. As thus terminated the reverie of a man whom the social circumstances of the world were calculated, as if by system, to render eminently and basely wicked, Welford slowly ascended the stairs, and re-entered his chamber. His wife was still sleeping. Her beauty was of the fair and girlish and harmonized order, which lovers and poets would express by the word angelic. And as Welford looked upon her face, hushed and almost hallowed by slumber, a certain weakness and irresolution might have been discernible in the strong lines of his haughty features. At that moment, as if forever to destroy the return of hope or virtue to either, her lips moved. They uttered one word. It was the name of Welford's courtly guest. About 3 weeks from that evening, Mrs. Welford eloped with the young nobleman, and on the morning following that event, the distracted husband, with his child, disappeared forever from the town of . From that day no tidings whatsoever respecting him ever reached the titillated ears of his anxious neighbors, and doubt, curiosity, discussion, gradually settled into the belief that his despair had hurried him into suicide. Although the unfortunate Mrs. Welford was in reality of a light and frivolous turn, and above all susceptible to personal vanity, she was not without ardent affections and keen sensibilities. Her marriage had been one of love, that is to say, on her part, the ordinary love of girls, who love not through actual and natural feeling so much as forced predisposition. Her choice had fallen on one superior to herself in birth, and far above all in person and address, whom she had habitually met. Thus her vanity had assisted her affection, and something strange and eccentric in the temper and mind of Welford had, though at times it aroused her fear, greatly contributed to inflame her imagination. Then, too, though uncourtly, he had been a passionate and a romantic lover. She was sensible that he gave up for her much that he had previously conceived necessary to his existence, and she stopped not to inquire how far this devotion was likely to last, or what conduct on her part might best perpetuate the feelings from which it sprang. She had eloped with him. She had consented to a private marriage. She had passed one happy month, and then delusion vanished. Mrs. Welford was not a woman who could give to reality, or find in it, the charm equal to delusion. She was perfectly unable to comprehend the intricate and dangerous character of her husband. She had not the key to his virtues, nor the spell for his vices. Neither was the state to which poverty compelled them one well calculated for that tender meditation, heightened by absence and cherished in indolence, which so often supplies one who loves with the secret to the nature of the one beloved. Though not equal to her husband in birth or early prospects, Mrs. Welford had been accustomed to certain comforts, often more felt by those who belonged to the inferior classes than by those appertaining to the more elevated, who in losing one luxury will often cheerfully surrender all. A fine lady can submit to more hardships than her woman, and every gentleman who travels smiles at the privations which agonize his valet. Poverty and its grim comrades made way for a whole host of petty irritations and peevish complaints, and as no guest or visitor ever relieved the domestic discontent, or broke on the domestic bickering, they generally ended in that moody sullenness which so often finds love a grave in repentance. Nothing makes people tire of each other like a familiarity that admits of carelessness in quarrelling and coarseness in complaining. The biting sneer of Welford gave acrimony to the murmur of his wife. And when once each conceived the other the injurer, or him or herself the wronged, it was vain to hope that one would be more wary, or the other more indulgent. They both exacted too much, and the wife in especial conceded too little. Mrs. Welford was altogether and emphatically what a libertine calls a woman, such as a frivolous education makes a woman, generous in great things, petty in small, vain, irritable, full of the littleness of herself and her complaints, ready to plunge into an abyss with her lover, but equally ready to fret away all love with reproaches when the plunge had been made. Of all men, Welford could bear this the least. A woman of a larger heart, a more settled experience, and an intellect capable of appreciating his character and sounding all his qualities, might have made him perhaps a useful and a great man, and at least her lover for life. Amidst a harvest of evil feelings, the mere strength of his nature rendered him especially capable of intense feeling and generous emotion. One who relied on him was safe; one who rebelled against him trusted only to the caprice of his scorn. Still, however, for 2 years, love, though weakening with each hour, fought on in either breast, and could scarcely be said to be entirely vanquished in the wife, even when she eloped with her handsome seducer. A French writer has said, pithily enough, "Compare for a moment the apathy of a husband with the attention, the gallantry, the adoration of a lover, and can you ask the result?" He was a French writer, but Mrs. Welford had in her temper much of the French woman. A suffering, patient, young, handsome, well versed in the arts of intrigue, contrasted with a gloomy husband whom she had never comprehended, long feared, and had lately doubted if she disliked. Ah, a much weaker contrast has made many a much better woman food for the lawyers. Mrs. Welford eloped, but she felt a revived tenderness for her husband on the very morning that she did so. She carried away with her his letters of love as well as her own, which, when they first married, she had in an hour of fondness collected together, then an inestimable board. And never did her new lover receive from her beautiful lips half so passionate a kiss as she had left on the cheek of her infant. For some months she enjoyed with her paramour all for which she had sighed in her home. The one for whom she had forsaken her legitimate ties was a person so habitually cheerful, courteous, and what is ordinarily termed good-natured, though he had in him as much of the essence of selfishness as any nobleman can decently have, that he continued gallant to her without an effort long after he had begun to think it possible to tire even of so lovely a face. Yet there were moments when the fickle wife recalled her husband with regret, and contrasting him with her seducer did not find all the colorings of the contrast flattering to the latter. There is something in a powerful and marked character which women and all weak natures feel themselves constrained to respect. And Welford's character thus stood in bold and therefore advantageous, though gloomy relief when opposed to the levities and foibles of this guilty woman's present adorer. However this be, the die was cast, and it would have been policy for the lady to have made the best of her present game. But she who had murmured as a wife was not complacent as a mistress. Reproaches made an interlude to caresses, which the noble lover by no means admired. He was not a man to retort. He was too indolent, but neither was he one to forbear. "My charming friend," said he one day after a scene, "you weary of me. Nothing more natural. Why torment each other? You say I have ruined you. My sweet friend, let me make you reparation. Become independent. I will settle an annuity upon you. Fly me, seek happiness elsewhere, and leave your unfortunate, your despairing lover to his fate." "Do you taunt me, my lord?" cried the angry fair. "Or do you believe that money can replace the rights of which you have robbed me? Can you make me again a wife, a happy, a respected wife? Do this, my lord, and you atone to me." The nobleman smiled and shrugged his shoulders. The lady yet more angrily repeated her question. The lover answered by an innuendo which at once astonished and doubly enraged her. She eagerly demanded explanation, and his lordship, who had gone further than he intended, left the room. But his words had sunk deep into the breast of this unhappy woman, and she resolved to procure an elucidation. Agreeably to the policy which stripped the fabled traveller of his cloak, she laid aside the storm and preferred the sunshine. She watched a moment of tenderness, turned the opportunity to advantage, and by little and little she possessed herself of a secret which sickened her with shame, disgust, and dismay. Sold, bartered, the object of a contemptuous huckstering to the purchaser and the seller; sold, too, with a lie that debased her at once into an object for whom even pity was mixed with scorn; robbed already of the name and honour of a wife, and transferred as a harlot from the wearied arms of one leman to the capricious caresses of another. Such was the image that rose before her. And while it roused at one moment all her fiercer passions into madness, humbled with the next her vanity into the dust. She, who knew the ruling passion of Welford, saw at a glance the object of scorn and derision which she had become to him. While she imagined herself the betrayer, she had been betrayed. She saw vividly before her, and shuddered as she saw, her husband's icy smile, his serpent eye, his features steeped in sarcasm, and all his mocking soul stamped upon the countenance whose lightest derision was so galling. She turned from this picture, and saw the courtly face of the purchaser, his subdued smile at her reproaches, his latent sneer at her claims to a station which he had been taught by the arch plotter to believe she had never possessed. She saw his early weariness of her attractions, expressed with respect indeed, an insulting respect, but felt without a scruple of remorse. She saw in either, as around, only a reciprocation of contempt. She was in a web of profound abasement. Even that haughty grief of conscience for a crime committed to another, which if it stings, humbles not, was swallowed up in a far more agonizing sensation to one so vain as the adulteress, the burning sense of shame at having herself, while sinning, been the duped and deceived. Her very soul was appalled with her humiliation. The curse of Welford's vengeance was on her, and it was wreaked to the last. Whatever kindly sentiment she might have experienced towards her protector was swallowed up at once by this discovery. She could not endure the thought of meeting the eye of one who had been the gainer by this ignominious barter. The foibles and weaknesses of the lover assumed a despicable as well as hateful dye, and in feeling herself degraded, she loathed him. The day after she had made the discovery we have referred to, Mrs. Welford left the house of her protector, none knew whither. For 2 years from that date all trace of her history was lost. At the end of that time, what was Welford? A man rapidly rising in the world, distinguished at the bar, where his first brief had lifted him into notice, commencing a flattering career in the Senate, holding lucrative and honorable offices, esteemed for the austere rectitude of his moral character, gathering the golden opinions of all men as he strode onward to public reputation. He had reassumed his hereditary name. His early history was unknown, and no one in the obscure and distant town of had ever guessed that the humble Welford was the William Brandon, whose praise was echoed in so many journals, and whose rising genius was acknowledged by all. That asperity, roughness, and gloom which had noted him at , and which, being natural to him, he deigned not to disguise in a station ungenial to his talents and below his hopes, were now glitteringly varnished over by an hypocrisy well calculated to aid his ambition. So learnedly could this singular man fit himself to others, that few among the great met him as a companion, nor left him without the temper to become his friend. Through his noble rival, that is to make our reader's surety doubly sure, through Lord Mauleverer, he had acquired his first lucrative office, a certain patronage from government, and a seat in Parliament. If he had persevered at the bar, rather than given himself entirely to state intrigues, it was only because his talents were eminently more calculated to advance him in the former path to honour than in the latter. So devoted was he become to public life, that he had only permitted himself to cherish one private source of enjoyment, his son. As no one, not even his brother, knew he had been married, during the 2 years of his disguised name, he had been supposed abroad. The appearance of this son made the only piece of scandal whispered against the rigid morality of his fair fame. But he himself, waiting his own time for avowing a legitimate heir, gave out that it was the orphan child of a dear friend whom he had known abroad, and the Puritan demureness not only of life but manner, which he assumed, gained a pretty large belief to the statement. This son Brandon idolized. As we have represented himself to say, ambitious men are commonly fond of their children beyond the fondness of other sires. The perpetual reference which the ambitious make to posterity is perhaps the main reason. For Brandon was also fond of children generally. Philoprogenitiveness was a marked trait in his character, and would seem to belie the hardness and artifice belonging to that character, were not the same love so frequently noticeable in the harsh and the artificial. It seems as if a half-conscious but pleasing feeling that they too were once gentle and innocent makes them delight in reviving any sympathy with their early state. Often, after the applause and labor of the day, Brandon would repair to his son's chamber and watch his slumber for hours. Often before his morning toil commenced, he would nurse the infant in his arms with all a woman's natural tenderness and gushing joy. And often, as a graver and more characteristic sentiment stole over him, he would mentally say, "You shall build up our broken name on a better foundation than your sire. I begin too late in life, and I labor up a painful and stony road, but I shall make the journey to fame smooth and accessible for you. Never, too, while you aspire to honor, shall you steel your heart to tranquillity. For you, my child, shall be the joys of home and love, and a mind that does not sicken at the past, and strain, through mere forgetfulness, towards a solitary and barren distinction for the future. Not only what your father gains you shall enjoy, but what has cursed him his vigilance shall lead you to shun." It was thus not only that his softer feelings, but all the better and nobler ones, which even in the worst and hardest bosom find some root, turned towards his child, and that the hollow, ambitious man promised to become the affectionate and perhaps the wise parent. One night Brandon was returning home on foot from a ministerial dinner. The night was frosty and clear, the hour was late, and his way lay through the longest and best lighted streets of the metropolis. He was, as usual, buried in thought, when he was suddenly aroused from his reverie by a light touch laid on his arm. He turned and saw one of the unhappy persons who haunt the midnight streets of cities standing right before his path. The gaze of each fell upon the other, and it was thus, for the first time since they had laid their heads on the same pillow, that the husband met the wife. The skies were intensely clear, and the lamplight was bright and calm upon the faces of both. There was no doubt in the mind of either. Suddenly, and with a startled and ghastly consciousness, they recognized each other. The wife staggered and clung to a post for support. Brandon's look was calm and unmoved. The hour that his bitter and malignant spirit had yearned for was come. His nerves expanded in a voluptuous calmness, as if to give him a deliberate enjoyment of his hope fulfilled. Whatever the words that in that unwitnessed and almost awful interview passed between them, we may be sure that Brandon spared not one atom of his power. The lost and abandoned wife returned home, and all her nature, imbruted as it had become by guilt and vile habits, hardened into revenge, that preternatural feeling which may be termed the hope of despair. 3 nights from that meeting Brandon's house was broken into. Like the houses of many legal men, it lay in a dangerous and thinly populated outskirt of the town, and was easily accessible to robbery. He was awakened by a noise. He started, and found himself in the grasp of 2 men. At the foot of the bed stood a female, raising a light, and her face, haggard with searing passions, and ghastly with the leprous whiteness of disease and approaching death, glared full upon him. "It is now my turn," said the female, with a grin of scorn which Brandon himself might have envied. "You have cursed me, and I return the curse. You have told me that my child should never name me but to blush. Fool, I triumph over you. He shall never know to his dying day. You have told me that to my child and my child's child, a long transmission of execration, my name, the name of the wife you basely sold to ruin and to hell, should be left as a legacy of odium and shame. Man, you shall teach that child no further lesson whatever. You shall know not whether he live or die, or have children to carry on your boasted race, or whether, if he have, those children be not outcasts of the earth, the accursed of man and God, the fit offspring of the thing you have made me. Wretch, I hurl back on you the denunciation with which, when we met 3 nights since, you would have crushed the victim of your own perfidy. You shall tread the path of your ambition, childless and objectless and hopeless. Disease shall set her stamp upon your frame. The worm shall batten upon your heart. You shall have honors and enjoy them not. You shall gain your ambition and despair. You shall pine for your son and find him not. Or, if you find him, you shall curse the hour in which he was born. Mark me, man, I am dying while I speak. I know that I am a prophet in my curse. From this hour I am avenged, and you are my scorn. As the hardest natures sink appalled before the stony eye of the maniac, so in the dead of the night, pinioned by ruffians, the wild and solemn voice, sharpened by passion and partial madness, of the ghastly figure before him curdling through his veins, even the haughty and daring character of William Brandon quailed. He uttered not a word. He was found the next morning bound by strong cords to his bed. He spoke not when he was released, but went in silence to his child's chamber. The child was gone. Several articles of property were also stolen. The desperate tools the mother had employed worked not perhaps without their own reward. We need scarcely add that Brandon set every engine and channel of justice in motion for the discovery of his son. All the especial shrewdness and keenness of his own character, aided by his professional experience, he employed for years in the same pursuit. Every research was wholly in vain. Not the remotest vestige towards discovery could be traced until were found, we have recorded when, some of the articles that had been stolen. Fate treasured in her gloomy womb, altogether undescribed by man, the hour and the scene in which the most ardent wish of William Brandon was to be realized. End of chapter 23. Chapter 34 of Paul Clifford by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. O fortuna, viris invida, fortibus, quam non aqua bonis, praemia dividis. Seneca. And as a hare, whom hounds and horns pursue, pants to the place from whence at first he flew. Here, to the houseless child of want, my door is open still. Goldsmith. Slowly for Lucy waned the weeks of a winter which to her was the most dreary portion of life she had ever passed. It became the time for the judge to attend one of those periodical visitations, so fraught with dread and dismay, to the miserable inmates of the dark abodes, which the complex laws of this country so bounteously supply. Those times of great hilarity and eating to the legal gentry, who feed on crimes, and fatten on distress, and wring vile mirth from suffering's last excess. Ah, excellent order of the world, which it is so wicked to disturb! How miraculously beautiful must be that system which makes wine out of the scorching tears of guilt, and from the suffocating suspense, the agonized fear, the compelled and self-mockery, bravery, the awful sentence, the despairing death-pang of one man, furnishes the smirking expectation of fees, the jovial meeting, and the mercenary holiday to another. Of law, nothing less can be said than that her seat is the bosom of God. Hooker's Ecclesiastical Polity. To be sure not. Richard Hooker, you are perfectly right. The divinity of a Sessions and the inspiration of the Old Bailey are undeniable. The care of Sir William Brandon had effectually kept from Lucy's ear the knowledge of her lover's ignominious situation. Indeed, in her delicate health, even the hard eye of Brandon and the thoughtless glance of Malevorer perceived the danger of such a discovery. The Earl, now waiting the main attack on Lucy till the curtain had forever dropped on Clifford, proceeded with great caution and delicacy in his suit to his proposed bride. He waited with the more patience, inasmuch as he had drawn in advance on his friend Sir William for some portion of the heiress's fortune, and he readily allowed that he could not in the meanwhile have a better advocate than he found in Brandon. So persuasive indeed, and so subtle was the eloquence of this able sophist, that often in his artful conversations with his niece he left even on the unvitiated and strong though simple mind of Lucy an uneasy and restless impression, which time might have ripened into an inclination towards the worldly advantages of the marriage at her command. Brandon was no bungling mediator or violent persecutor. He seemed to acquiesce in her rejection of Malevorer. He scarcely recurred to the event. He rarely praised the Earl himself, save for the obvious qualities of liveliness and good nature, but he spoke with all the vivid colours he could infuse at will into his words of the pleasures and the duties of rank and wealth. Well could he appeal alike to all the prejudices and all the foibles of the human breast, and govern virtue through its weaknesses. Lucy had been brought up, like the daughters of most country gentlemen of ancient family, in an undue and idle consciousness of superior birth, and she was far from inaccessible to the warmth and even feeling, for here Brandon was sincere, with which her uncle spoke of the duty of raising a gallant name sunk into disrepute, and sacrificing our own inclination for the redecorating, the mouldered splendour of those who have gone before us. If the confusion of idea occasioned by a vague pomposity of phrase, or the infant inculcation of a sentiment that is mistaken for a virtue, so often makes fools of the wise on the subject of ancestry, if it clouded even the sarcastic and keen sense of Brandon himself, we may forgive its influence over a girl so little versed in the arts of sound reasoning as poor Lucy, who, it may be said, had never learned to think until she had learned to love. However, the impression made by Brandon in his happiest moments of persuasion was as yet only transient. It vanished before the first thought of Clifford, and never suggested to her even a doubt as to the suit of Malevorer. When the day arrived for Sir William Brandon to set out on the circuit, he called Barlow, and enjoined on that acute and intelligent servant the strictest caution with respect to Lucy. He bade him deny her to every one of whatever rank, and carefully to look into every newspaper that was brought to her, as well as to withhold every letter, save such as were addressed to her in the judge's own handwriting. Lucy's maid Brandon had already won over to silence, and the uncle now pleased himself with thinking that he had put an effectual guard to every chance of discovery. The identity of Lovat with Clifford had not yet even been rumoured, and Malevorer had rightly judged of Clifford when he believed the prisoner would himself take every precaution against the detection of that fact. Clifford answered the Earl's note, and promised in a letter couched in so affecting, yet so manly a tone of gratitude, that even Brandon was touched when he read it. And since his confinement and partial recovery of health, the prisoner had kept himself closely secluded, and refused all visitors. Encouraged by this reflection, and the belief in the safety of his precautions, Brandon took leave of Lucy. "Farewell," said he, as he embraced her affectionately. "Be sure that you write to me, and forgive me if I do not answer you punctually. Take care of yourself, my sweet niece, and let me see a fresher colour on that soft cheek when I return." "Take care of yourself, rather, my dear, dear uncle," said Lucy, clinging to him, and weeping, as of late her weakened nerves caused her to do at the least agitation. "May I not go with you? You have seemed to me paler than usual the last 3 or 4 days, and you complained yesterday. Do let me go with you. I will be no trouble, none at all, but I am sure you require a nurse." "You want to frighten me, my pretty Lucy," said Brandon, shaking his head with a smile. "I am well, very well. I felt a strange rush of blood towards the head yesterday, it is true, but I feel to day stronger and lighter than I have done for years. Once more, God bless you, my child." And Brandon tore himself away and commenced his journey. The wandering and dramatic course of our story now conducts us to an obscure lane in the metropolis, leading to the Thames, and makes us spectators of an affecting farewell between two persons, whom the injustice of fate and the persecutions of men were about, perhaps, forever to divide. "Adieu, my friend," said Augustus Tomlinson, as he stood looking full on that segment of the face of Edward Pepper, which was left unconcealed by a huge hat and a red belcher handkerchief. Tomlinson himself was attired in the full costume of a dignified clergyman. "Adieu, my friend, since you will remain in England. Adieu, I am, I exult to say, no less sincere a patriot than you. Heaven be my witness how long I looked repugnantly on poor Lovat's proposal to quit my beloved country, but all hope of life here is now over." And really during the last 10 days I have been so hunted from corner to corner, so plagued with polite invitations, similar to those given by a farmer's wife to her ducks, dilly, 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 come and be killed, that my patriotism has been prodigiously cooled, and I no longer recoil from thoughts of self-banishment. The earth, my dear Ned, as a Greek sage has very well observed, the earth is the same everywhere, and if I am asked for my home, I can point, like Anaxagoras, to heaven. "'Pon my soul, you affect me," said Ned, speaking thick, either from grief or the pressure of the belcher handkerchief on his mouth. "It is quite beautiful to hear you talk." "Bear up, my dear friend," continued Tomlinson. "Bear up against your present afflictions. What, to a man who fortifies himself by reason and by reflection on the shortness of life, are the little calamities of the body? What is imprisonment or persecution or cold or hunger? By the bye, you did not forget to put the sandwiches into my coat pocket." "Hush!" whispered Ned, and he moved on involuntarily. "I see a man at the other end of the street." "Let us quicken our pace," said Tomlinson, and the pair proceeded towards the river. "And now," began Ned, who thought he might as well say something about himself, for hitherto Augustus, in the ardor of his friendship, had been only discussing his own plans. "And now, that is to say, when I leave you, I shall hasten to dive for shelter until the storm blows over. I don't much like living in a cellar and wearing a smock frock, but those concealments have something interesting in them after all. The safest and snuggest place I know of is the Pays Bas, about the Thames Court, so I think of hiring an apartment underground and taking my meals at poor Lovett's old quarters. The mug! The police will never dream of looking in these vulgar haunts for a man of my fashion." "You cannot then tear yourself from England?" said Tomlinson. "No, hang it! The fellows are so cursed unmanly on the other side of the water. I hate their wine and their parlez vous. Besides, there is no fun there." Tomlinson, who was absorbed in his own thoughts, made no comment on his friend's excellent reasons against travel, and the pair now approached the brink of the river. A boat was in waiting to receive and conduct to the vessel in which he had taken his place for Calais, the illustrious emigrant. But as Tomlinson's eye fell suddenly on the rude boatman and the little boat which were to bear him away from his native land, as he glanced too across the blue waters, which a brisk wind wildly agitated, and thought how much rougher it would be at sea, where his soul invariably sickened at the heaving wave, a whole tide of deep and sorrowful emotions rushed upon him. He turned away. The spot on which he stood was a piece of ground to be let, as a board proclaimed, upon a building lease. Below descended the steps which were to conduct him to the boat. Around, the desolate space allowed him to see in far and broad extent the spires and domes and chimneys of the great city, whose inhabitants he might never plunder more. As he looked and looked, the tears started to his eyes, and with a gust of enthusiasm, little consonant with his temperate and philosophical character, he lifted his right hand from his black breeches pocket, and burst into the following farewell to the metropolis of his native shores. "Farewell, my beloved London, farewell! Where shall I ever find a city like you? Never till now did I feel how inexpressibly dear you were to me. You have been my father and my brother, and my mistress and my tailor, and my shoemaker and my hatter, and my cook and my wine merchant. You and I never misunderstood each other. I did not grumble when I saw what fine houses and good strong boxes you gave to other men. No, I rejoiced at their prosperity. I delighted to see a rich man. My only disappointment was in stumbling on a poor one. You gave riches to my neighbors, but, O generous London, you gave those neighbors to me. Magnificent streets, all Christian virtues abide within you. Charity is as common as smoke. Where, in what corner of the habitable world shall I find human beings with so many superfluities? Where shall I so easily decoy from benevolent credulity those superfluities to myself? Heaven only knows, my dear, dear, darling London, what I lose in you. O public charities! O public institutions! O banks that belie mathematical axioms, and make lots out of nothing! O ancient constitution, always to be questioned! O modern improvements that never answer! O speculations! O companies! O usury laws, which guard against usurers by making as many as possible! O churches in which no one profits save the parson and the old women that let pews of an evening! O superb theatres, too small for parks, too enormous for houses, which exclude comedy and comfort and have a monopoly for performing nonsense gigantically! O houses of plaster built in a day! O palaces 4 yards high, with a dome in the middle, meant to be invisible! We must not suppose this apostrophe to be an anachronism. Tomlinson, of course, refers to some palace of his day, one of the boxes, Christmas boxes, given to the king by his economical nation of shopkeepers. We suppose it is either pulled down or blown down long ago. It is doubtless forgotten by this time, except by antiquaries. Nothing is so ephemeral as great houses built by the people. Your kings play the deuce with their playthings. O shops worth thousands, and O shopkeepers not worth a shilling! O system of credit by which beggars are princes, and princes are beggars! O imprisonment for debt, which lets the mare be stolen and then locks up the bridle! O sharpers, bubbles, senators, beaux, taverns, brothels, clubs, houses private and public! O London, in a word, receive my last adieu! Long may you flourish in peace and plenteousness! May your knaves be witty, and your fools be rich! May you alter only 2 things, your damnable tricks of transportation and hanging. Those are your sole faults, but for those I would never desert you. Adieu!" Here Tomlinson averted his head, and then hastily shaking the hand of Long Ned with a tremulous and warm grasp, he hurried down the stairs and entered the boat. Ned remained motionless for some moments, following him with his eyes as he sat at the end of the boat, waving a white pocket handkerchief. At length the line of barges snatched him from the sight of the lingerer, and Ned, slowly turning away, muttered, "Yes, I've always heard that Dame Lopkins's was the safest asylum for misfortune like mine. I will go forthwith in search of a lodging, and tomorrow I will make my breakfast at the Mug." Be it our pleasing task, dear reader, to forestall the good robber, and return at the hour of sunrise on the day following Tomlinson's departure, to the scene at which our story commenced. We are now once more at the house of Mrs. Marjory Lopkins. The room, which served so many purposes, was still the same as when Paul turned it into the arena of his mischievous pranks. The dresser, with its shelves of mingled delf and pewter, occupied its ancient and important station. Only it might be noticed that the pewter was more dull than of yore, and that sundry cracks made their erratic wanderings over the yellow surface of the delf. The eye of the mistress had become less keen than heretofore, and the care of the handmaid had of necessity relaxed. The tall clock still ticked a monotonous warning. The blanket screen, happily innocent of soap since we last described it, many-storied and polyballaded, still unfolded its ample leaves, rich with the spoils of time. The spit and the musket yet hung from the wall in amicable proximation, and the long smooth form, with many a holy text thereon bestrewn, still afforded rest to the weary traveller, and an object to the vacant stare of Mrs. Marjory Lopkins, as she lolled in her opposite seat and forgot the world. But poor piggy Lob! There was the alteration. The soul of the woman was gone. The spirit had evaporated from the human bottle. She sat with open mouth and glassy eye in her chair, sidling herself to and fro with the low, peevish sound of fretful age and bodily pain. Sometimes this querulous murmur sharpened into a shrill but unmeaning scold. "There now, you gallows bird, you has taken the swipes without chalking. You wants to cheat the poor widow, but I sees you, I does. Providence protects the aged and the innocent. Oh, oh, these twinges will be the death of me. Where's Martha? You jade, you wiperous hussy, bring the tape. Doesn't you see how I suffers? Has you no bowels to let a poor Christian creature perish for want of help? That's with 'em. That's the way. No one cares for I now. No one has respect for the gray airs of the old." And then the voice dwindled into the whimpering tenor of its way. Martha, a strapping wench with red hair streaming over her hills of snow, was not, however, inattentive to the wants of her mistress. "Who knows," said she to a man who sat by the hearth, drinking tea out of a blue mug, and toasting with great care 2 or 3 huge rounds of bread, for his own private and especial nutriment, "who knows," said she, "what we may come to ourselves?" And so saying, she placed a glowing tumbler by her mistress's elbow. But in the sunken prostration of her intellect the old woman was insensible even to her consolation. She sipped and drank, it is true, but as if the stream warmed not the benumbed region through which it passed, she continued muttering in a crazed and groaning key, "Is this your gratitude, you sarpent? Why does not you bring the tape, I tells you? Am I of a age to drink water like a oss, you nasty thing? Oh, to think as ever I should live to be desarted!" Inattentive to these murmurs, which she felt unreasonable, the bouncing Martha now quitted the room to repair to her upper household avocations. The man at the hearth was the only companion left to the widow, gazing at her for a moment as she sat whining, with a rude compassion in his eye, and slowly munching his toast, which he had now buttered and placed in a delf plate on the hob. This person thus soothingly began: "Ah, Dame Lobkins, if so be as 'ow little Paul vos avith you, it would be a gallows comfort to you in your latter hend." The name of Paul made the good woman incline her head towards the speaker. A ray of consciousness shot through her bedulled brain. "Little Paul? Eh, sirs, where is Paul? Paul, I say? My ben Cull, alack, he's gone. Left his poor old nurse to die like a cat in a cellar. Oh, dummy never lived to be old, man. They leaves us to ourselves, and then takes away all the lush with 'em. Has not a drop o' comfort in the varsal world." Dummy, who at this moment had his own reasons for soothing the dame, and was anxious to make the most of the opportunity of a conversation as unwitnessed as the present, replied tenderly, and with a cunning likely to promote his end, reproached Paul bitterly for never having informed the dame of his whereabout and his proceedings. "But come, dame," he wound up, "come, I guess as how he is better nor all that, and that you need not beat your hold brains to think where he lies, or vat he's a doing. Blow me tight, Mother Lobb, I ax pardon, Mrs. Marjory, I should say, if I vould not give 5 bob, ay, and 5 to the tail of that, to know what the poor lad is about. I takes a mortal hinterest in that 'ere chap." "Oh, oh!" groaned the old woman, on whose palsied sense the astute inquiries of Dummy Dunaker fell harmless. "My poor sinful carcass, what a way it be in!" Artfully again did Dummy Dunaker, nothing defeated, renew his attack. But fortune does not always favor the wise, and it failed Dummy now for a twofold reason. First, because it was not possible for the dame to comprehend him. Secondly, because even if it had been, she had nothing to reveal. Some of Clifford's pecuniary gifts had been conveyed anonymously, all without direction or date, and for the most part they had been appropriated by the sage Martha, into whose hands they fell, to her own private uses. Nor did the dame require Clifford's grateful charity, for she was a woman tolerably well off in the world, considering how near she was waxing to another. Longer, however, might Dummy have tried his unavailing way, had not the door of the inn creaked on its hinges, and the bulky form of a tall man, in a smock frock, but with a remarkably fine head of hair, darkened the threshold. He honored the dame, who cast on him a lack-lustre eye, with a sulky yet ambrosial nod, seized a bottle of spirits and a tumbler, lighted a candle, drew a small German pipe and a tobacco box from his pouch, placed these several luxuries on a small table, wheeled it to a far corner of the room, and throwing himself into one chair, and his legs into another, he enjoyed the result of his pains in a moody and supercilious silence. Long and earnestly did the meek Dummy gaze on the face of the gentleman before him. It had been some years since he had last beheld it, but it was one which did not easily escape the memory, and although its proprietor was a man who had risen in the world, and had gained the height of his profession, a station far beyond the diurnal sphere of Dummy Dunaker, and the humble purloiner was therefore astonished to encounter him in these lower regions, yet Dummy's recollection carried him back to a day when they had gone shares together, without respect of persons, and had been right jolly partners in the practical game of beggar my neighbor. While, however, Dummy Dunaker, who was a little inclined to be shy, deliberated as to the propriety of claiming acquaintanceship, a dirty boy with a face which betokened the frost, as Dummy himself said, like a plum dying of the scarlet fever, entered the room with a newspaper in his dexter paw. "Great news, great news!" cried the urchin, imitating his vociferous originals in the street. "All about the famous Captain Lovat, as large as life." "'Old your blarney, you blattergowl," said Dummy rebukingly, and seizing the journal. "Master says as how he must have it to send to Clapham, and can't spare it for more than a hour," said the boy, as he withdrew. "I members the day," said Dummy, with the zeal of a clansman, "when the mug took a paper all to itself, instead of iring it by the job like." Thereon he opened the paper with a fillip, and gave himself tip to the lecture. But the tall stranger, half rising with a start, exclaimed, "Can't you have the manners to be communicative? Do you think nobody cares about Captain Lovett but yourself?" On this Dummy turned round on his chair, and with a "Blow me tight, you're welcome, I'm sure," began as follows. We copy the paper, not the diction of the reader. The trial of the notorious Lovett commences this day. Great exertions have been made by people of all classes to procure seats in the town hall, which will be full to a degree never before known in this peaceful province. No less than 7 indictments are said to await the prisoner. It has been agreed that the robbery of Lord Mauleverer should be the first to come on. The principal witness in this case against the prisoner is understood to be the king's evidence, Magrawler. No news as yet have been circulated concerning the suspected accomplices, Augustus Tomlinson and Edward Pepper. It is believed that the former has left the country, and that the latter is lurking among the low refuges of guilt with which the heart of the metropolis abounds. Report speaks highly of the person and manners of Lovett. He is also supposed to be a man of some talent, and was formerly engaged in an obscure periodical edited by Magrawler, and termed the Athenaeum or Assaneum. Nevertheless, we apprehend that his origin is remarkably low, and suitable to the nature of his pursuits. The prisoner will be most fortunate in a judge. Never did any one holding the same high office as Sir William Brandon earn an equal reputation in so short a time. The Whigs are accustomed to sneer at us when we insist on the private virtues of our public men. Let them look to Sir William Brandon, and confess that the austerest morals may be linked with the soundest knowledge and the most brilliant genius. The opening address of the learned judge to the jury at is perhaps the most impressive and solemn piece of eloquence in the English language. A cause for this eulogium might haply be found in another part of the paper, in which it was said, "Among the higher circles, we understand, the rumor has gone forth that Sir William Brandon is to be recalled to his old parliamentary career in a more elevated scene. So highly are this gentleman's talents respected by his Majesty and the ministers, that they are, it is reported, anxious to secure his assistance in the House of Lords." When Dummy had spelt his toilsome march through the first of the above extracts, he turned round to the tall stranger, and eyeing him with a sort of winking significance, said, "So Magrawler peaches. Blows the gaff on his pals, eh? Vell, now, I always suspected that 'ere son of a gun. Do you know, he used to be at the Mug many's a day, a teaching our little Paul, and says I to Piggy Lobb, says I, blow me tight, but the cove is a queer one. And if he does not come to be scragged, says I, it will only be because he'll turn a rusty, and scrag one of his pals. So you sees," here Dummy looked round, and his voice sank into a whisper, "so you sees, Meester Pepper, I vas no fool there." Long Ned dropped his pipe, and said sourly, and with a suspicious frown, "What, you know me?" "To be sure and sartin I does," answered little Dummy, walking to the table where the robber sat. "Does not you know I?" Ned regarded the interrogator with a sullen glance, which gradually brightened into knowledge. "Ah!" said he with the air of a Brummel. "Mr. Bummy, or Dummy, I think, eh? Shake a paw. I'm glad to see you. Recollect the last time I saw you, you rather affronted me. Never mind, I dare say you did not mean it." Encouraged by this affable reception from the highwayman, though a little embarrassed by Ned's allusion to former conduct on his part, which he felt was just, Dummy grinned, pushed a stool near Ned, sat himself down, and carefully avoiding any immediate answer to Ned's complaints, rejoined, "Do you know, Meester Pepper, you struck I all of a heap. I could not have s'posed as how you'd condescend nowadays to come to the Mug. Vare, I never seed you but once afore. Lord love ye, they says as how you go to all the fine places in ruffles, with a pair of silver pops in your vaistcoat pocket. By the boys hereabouts say that you and Meester Tomlinson, and this here poor devil in quod, bear the finest gemmen in town. And Lord, for to think of your ciwility to a pitiful rag merchant like I." "Ah!" said Ned, gravely, "there are sad principles afloat now. They want to do away with all distinctions and ranks, to make a duke no better than his valet, and a gentleman highwayman class with a filcher of fogels. But damme if I don't think misfortune loves us all quite enough, and misfortune brings me here, little Dummy. Ah, you vants to keep out of the vay of the bulkies." "Right. Since poor Lovett was laid by the heels, which I must say was the fault of his own deuced gentlemanlike behaviour to me and Augustus, You've heard of Guz, you say? The knot of us seems quite broken. One's own friends look inclined to play one false, and really the queer cuffins hover so sharply upon us, that I thought it safe to duck for a time. So I've taken a lodging in a cellar, and I intend for the next 3 months to board at the Mug. I have heard that I may be sure of lying snug here. Dummy, your health. Give us the back seat. I say, Meester Pepper, said Dummy, clearing his throat when he had obeyed the request, can you tell I, if so be you as met in your travels, our little Paul? Poor chap, you knows as 'ow and by he was sent to quod by Justice Burnflat. Vell, ven he got out, he went to the devil, or summat like it, and we have not card a vord of him since. You members the lad, a nation fine cull, tall and straight as a harrow. Why, you fool, said Ned, don't you know? Then checking himself suddenly, ah, by the by, that rigmarole oath, I was not to tell, though now it's past caring for, I fear. It is no use looking after the seal when the letter's burned. Blow me, cried Dunniker, with unaffected vehemence, I sees as how you know vot's come of he. Many's the good turn I'll do you, if you will but tell I. Why, does he owe you a dozen bobs, or what, Dummy? Said Ned. Not he, not he, cried Dummy. What then? You want to do him a mischief of some sort? Do little Paul a mischief? Ejaculated Dummy. Vy, I've known the cull ever since he was that high. No, but I vants to do him a great sarvice, Meester Pepper, and myself too, and you to boot, for aught that I know, Meester Pepper. Humph, said Ned. Humph, what do you mean? I do, it is true, know where Paul is, but you must tell me first why you wish to know, otherwise you may ask your grandfather for me. A long, sharp, wistful survey did Mr. Dummy Dunniker cast around him before he rejoined. All seemed safe and convenient for confidential communication. The supine features of Mrs. Lopkins were hushed in a drowsy stupor. Even the gray cat that lay by the fire was curled in the embrace of Morpheus. Nevertheless, it was in a close whisper that Dummy spoke. I dares be bound, Meester Pepper, that you members vel ven Harry Cook, the great highvayman. Poor fellow, he's gone vere we must all go. Brought you, then, quite a gossoon for the first time to the little back parlor at the Cock and Hen, de Rue Court. Ned nodded assent. And you members is how I met Harry and you there, and I vas all afeard at you, cos vy, I had never seen you afore, and we vas a going to crack a swell's crib. And Harry spoke up for you, and said as 'ow, though you had just gone on the town, you was already prime up to gammon. You members, eh? Ay, I remember all, said Ned. It was the first and only house I ever had a hand in breaking into. Harry was a fellow of low habits, so I dropped his acquaintance, and took solely to the road, or a chance ingenuity now and then. I have no idea of a gentleman turning cracksman. Vell, so you vent vith us, and we slipped you through a pane in the kitchen window. You vas the least of us, big as you be now. And you went round and opened the door for us, and then you had opened the door, you saw a woman had joined us, and you were a funked then, and stayed vidout the crib to keep vatch vile we went in. Well, well, cried Ned, what the devil has all this rigmarole got to do with Paul? Now don't be glim flashy, but let me go on smack right about. Vell, ven we came out, you minds as 'ow the woman had a bundle in her arms, and you spake to her, and she answered you roughly, and left us all, and went straight home, and we went and fenced the swag that very night, and afterwards napped the regulars, and sure you made us laugh artily, Meester Pepper, when you said, says you, that ere woman is a rum blow, en? So she was, Meester Pepper. The reader has probably observed the use made by Dummy and Mrs. Lopkins of Irish phraseology or pronunciation. This is a remarkable trait in the dialect of the lowest orders of London, owing, we suppose, to their constant association with emigrants from the first flower of the earth. Perhaps it is a modish affectation among the gentry of St. Giles's, just as we eke out our mother tongue with French at Mayfair. Oh, spare me, said Ned affectedly, and make haste, you keep me all in the dark. By the way, I remember that you joked me about the bundle, and when I asked what the woman had wrapped in it, you swore it was a child. Rather more likely that the girl, whoever she was, would have left a child behind her than carried one off. The face of Dummy waxed big with conscious importance. Well, now, you would not believe us, but it vos all true. That ere bundle vos the woman's child. I suppose an unnatural bun by the gemmen. She let us into the house on condition we helped her off with it. And blow me tight, but be paid ourselves vell for our trouble. That ere voman vus a strange creature. They say she had been a lord's blowin', but howsomever, she was as 'ot-'eaded and hod as if she had been. There vus old Nick's hound row made on the matter, and the reward for our detection vus so great, that as you vus not much tried yet, Harry thought it best for to take you with him down to the country, and told you as 'ow it vus all a flam about the child in the bundle. Faith, said Ned, I believed him readily enough, and poor Harry was twisted shortly after, and I went into Ireland for safety, where I stayed 2 years, and deuced good claret I got there. So whiles you vus there, continued Dummy, poor Judy the voman died. She died in this very 'ouse, and left the horphan to the affection of Piggy Lobb, who was nation fond of it, surely. Oh, but I members vot a night it vus ven poor Judy died. The vind vistled like mad, and the rain tumbled about as if it had got a holiday, and there the poor creature lay raving, just over ed of this room we sits in. Lowse me, vot a sight it vus. Here Dummy paused, and seemed to recall in imagination the scene he had witnessed, but over the mind of Long Ned a ray of light broke slowly. Phew, said he, lifting up his forefinger. Phew, I smell a rat. This stolen child, then, was no other than Paul. But pray, to whom did the house belong? For that fact Harry never communicated to me. I only heard the owner was a lawyer, or parson, or some such thing. By now, I tell you, but don't be glimflashy. So you see, ven Judy died, and Harry was scragged, I vus the only one living who vus up to the secret. And ven mother love vus taking a drop to comfort her, ven Judy vent off, I hopens a great box in which poor Judy kept her duds and rattletraps. And surely I finds at the bottom of the box, hever, so many letters and sick like. For I knew as 'ow they vus there. So I vips these off, and carries them 'ome with me, and soon arter, Mother Lobb sold me the box of duds for 2 quids, 'cause vy? I vus a rag merchant. So now I solved, since the secret vus all in my hown keeping, to keep it as tight as Vinky. For first, you sees as 'ow, I vus afeard I should be hanged if I vent for to tell, 'cause vy? I stole a vatch, and lots more, as well as the hurchin. And next I vus afeard as 'ow the mother might come back and haunt me, the same as Saul haunted Billy. For it vus horrid night ven her soul took ving. And hover and above this, Meester Pepper, I thought summat might turn hup by and by, in vich it vus be best for I to keep my hown counsel, and nab the reward, if I hever durst make myself known. Here Dummy proceeded to narrate how frightened he had been lest Ned should discover all, when, as it may be remembered, Pepper informed Paul at the beginning of his history, he encountered that worthy at Dame Lopkins's house. How this fear had induced him to testify to Pepper that coldness and rudeness which had so enraged the haughty highwayman, and how great had been his relief and delight at finding that Ned returned to the mug no more. He next proceeded to inform his new confidant of his meeting with the father, the sagacious reader knows where and when, and of what took place at that event. He said how, in his first negotiation with the father, prudently resolving to communicate drop by drop such information as he possessed, he merely, besides confessing to a share in the robbery, stated that he thought he knew the house, etc., to which the infant had been consigned, and that if so, it was still alive, but that he would inquire. He then related how the sanguine father, who saw that hanging Dummy for the robbery of his house might not be half so likely a method to recover his son as bribery and conciliation, not only forgave him his former outrage, but whetted his appetite to the search by rewarding him for his disclosure. He then proceeded to state how, unable anywhere to find Paul, or any trace of him, he amused the sire from time to time with forged excuses. How at first the sums he received made him by no means desirous to expedite a discovery that would terminate such satisfactory receipts. How at length the magnitude of the proffered reward, joined to the threats of the sire, had made him become seriously anxious to learn the real fate and present whereabout of Paul. How, the last time he had seen the father, he had, by way of propitiation and first fruit, taken to him all the papers left by the unhappy mother and secreted by himself, and how he was now delighted to find that Ned was acquainted with Paul's address. Since he despaired of finding Paul by his own exertions alone, he became less tenacious of his secret, and he now proffered Ned, on his discovery of Paul, a third of that reward, the whole of which he had once hoped to engross. Ned's eyes and mouth opened at this proposition. "But the name of the father. You have not told me that yet," cried he impatiently. "Noa, Noa," said Dummy archly. "I doesn't tell you all till you tells I summat. Bears little Paul, I say, and bear be us to get at him." Ned heaved a sigh. "As for the oath," said he musingly, "it would be a sin to keep it, now that to break it can do him no harm, and may do him good, especially as, in case of imprisonment or death, the oath is not held to be binding. Yet I fear it is too late for the reward. The father will scarcely thank you for finding his son. Know, Dummy, that Paul is in jail, and that he is one and the same person as Captain Lovett." Astonishment never wrote in more legible characters than she now displayed on the rough features of Dummy Duneker. So strong are the sympathies of a profession, compared with all others, that Dummy's first confused thought was that of pride. "The great Captain Lovett," he faltered. "Little Paul at the top of the profession. Lord, Lord, I always said as how he'd the ambition to rise." "Well, well, but the father's name?" At this question the expression of Dummy's face fell. A sudden horror struggled to his eyes. CHAPTER XXXV. Chapter 35, Part 1 of Paul Clifford by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35, Part 1. What is it that at moments there creeps over us an awe, a terror overpowering but undefined? Why is it that we shudder without a cause, and feel the warm life blood stand still in its courses? Are the dead too near? Falkland. Ha! Sayest thou, hideous thought, I feel it twine o'er my iced heart, as curls around his prey the sure and deadly serpent. What! In the hush and in the solitude passed that dread soul away? Love and hatred. The evening prior to that morning in which the above conversation occurred, Brandon passed alone in his lodging at . He had felt himself too unwell to attend the customary wassail, and he sat indolently musing in the solitude of the old-fashioned chamber to which he was consigned. There, two wax candles on the smooth, quaint table dimly struggled against the gloom of heavy panels, which were relieved at unfrequent intervals by portraits in oaken frames, dingy, harsh, and important with the pomp of laced garments and flowing wigs. The predilection of the landlady for modern tastes had indeed on each side of the huge fireplace suspended more novel masterpieces of the fine arts. In emblematic gorgeousness hung the pictures of the four seasons, buxom wenches all, save Winter, who was deformedly bodied forth in the likeness of an aged carle. These were interspersed by an engraving of Lord Mauleverer, the lieutenant of the neighboring county, looking extremely majestical in his peer's robes, and by three typifications of Faith, Hope, and Charity, ladies with whom it may be doubted if the gay earl ever before cultivated so close an intimacy. Curtains of that antique chintz in which fasces of stripes are alternated by rows of flowers fill the interstices of three windows. A heavy sideboard occupied the greater portion of one side of the room, and on the opposite side, in the rear of Brandon, a vast screen stretched its slow length along, and relieved the unpopulated and, as it were, desolate comfort of the apartment. Pale and imperfectly streamed the light upon Brandon's face, as he sat in his large chair, leaning his cheek on one hand, and gazing with the unconscious earnestness of abstraction on the clear fire. At that moment a whole phalanx of gloomy thought was sweeping in successive array across his mind: his early ambition, his ill-omened marriage, the causes of his after rise in the wrong-judging world, the first dawn of his reputation, his rapid and flattering successes, his present elevation, his aspiring hope of far higher office, and more patrician honors. All these phantoms passed before him in checkered shadow and light, but ever with each stalked one disquieting and dark remembrance, the loss of his only son. Weaving his ambition with the wish to revive the pride of his hereditary name, every acquisition of fortune or of fame rendered him yet more anxious to find the only one who could perpetuate these hollow distinctions to his race. "I shall recover him yet," he broke out suddenly and aloud. As he spoke, a quick, darting, spasmodic pain ran shivering through his whole frame, and then fixed for one instant on his heart with a grip like the talons of a bird. It passed away, and was followed by a deadly sickness. Brandon rose, and filling himself a large tumbler of water, drank with avidity. The sickness passed off like the preceding pain, but the sensation had of late been often felt by Brandon and disregarded, for few persons were less afflicted with the self-torture of hypochondria. But now, that night, whether it was more keen than usual, or whether his thought had touched on the string that jars naturally on the most startling of human anticipations, we know not, but as he resumed his seat, the idea of his approaching dissolution shot like an ice bolt through his breast. So intent was the scheming man upon the living objects of the world, and so little were his thoughts accustomed to turn toward the ultimate goal of all things, that this idea obtruding itself abruptly upon him, startled him with a ghastly awe. He felt the color rush from his cheek, and a tingling and involuntary pain ran wandering through the channels of his blood, even from the roots of the hair to the soles of his feet. But the stern soul of Brandon was not one which shadows could long affright. He nerved himself to meet the grim thought thus forced upon his mental eye, and he gazed on it with a steady and enduring look. "Well," thought he, "is my hour coming, or have I yet the ordinary term of mortal nature to expect? It is true I have lately suffered these strange revulsions of the frame with somewhat of an alarming frequency. Perhaps this medicine which healed the anguish of one infirmity has produced another more immediately deadly. Yet why should I think this? My sleep is sound and calm, my habits temperate, my mind active and clear as in its best days. In my youth I never played the traitor with my constitution. Why should it desert me at the very threshold of my age? Nay, nay, these are but passing twitches, chills of the blood that begins to wax thin. Shall I learn to be less rigorous in my diet? Perhaps wine may reward my abstinence in avoiding it for my luxuries, by becoming a cordial to my necessities. I will consult, I will consult. I must not die yet. I have, let me see, 3-4 grades to gain before the ladder is scaled. And above all, I must regain my child. Lucy married to Malevorer, myself a peer, my son wedded to whom? Pray God he be not married already. My nephews and my children nobles. The house of Brandon restored, my power high in the upward gaze of men, my fame set on a more lasting basis than a skill in the quirks of law. These are yet to come. These I will not die till I have enjoyed. Men die not till their destinies are fulfilled. The spirit that swells and soars within me says that the destiny of William Brandon is but half begun." With this conclusion, Brandon sought his pillow. What were the reflections of the prisoner whom he was to judge? Need we ask? Let us picture to ourselves his shattered health, the languor of sickness heightening the gloom which makes the very air of a jail, his certainty of the doom to be passed against him, his knowledge that the uncle of Lucy Brandon was to be his judge, that Malevorer was to be his accuser, and that in all human probability the only woman he had ever loved must sooner or later learn the criminality of his life and the ignominy of his death. Let us but glance at the above blackness of circumstances that surrounded him, and it would seem that there is but little doubt as to the complexion of his thoughts. Perhaps, indeed, even in that terrible and desolate hour, one sweet face shone on him, and dashed the darkness all away. Perhaps, too, whatever might be the stings of his conscience, one thought, one remembrance of a temptation mastered and a sin escaped, brought to his eyes tears that were sweet and healing in their source. But the heart of a man in Clifford's awful situation is dark and inscrutable, and often when the wildest and gloomiest external circumstances surround us, their reflection sleeps like a shadow, calm and still upon the mind. The next morning the whole town of a town in which we regret to say an accident once detained ourself for 3 wretched days, and which we can, speaking therefore from profound experience, assert to be in ordinary times the most melancholy and peopleless looking congregation of houses that a sober imagination can conceive, exhibited a scene of such bustle, animation, and jovial anxiety as the trial for life or death to a fellow creature can alone excite in the phlegmatic breasts of the English. Around the court the crowd thickened with every moment, until the whole market-place in which the town hall was situated became one living mass. The windows of the houses were filled with women, some of whom had taken that opportunity to make parties to breakfast, and little round tables with tea and toast on them caught the eyes of the grinning mobbists as they gaped impatiently upwards. "Ben," said a stout yeoman, tossing up a halfpenny, and catching the said coin in his right hand, which he immediately covered with the left, "Ben, heads or tails that love it is hanged. Heads hanged, tails not, for a crown." "Petticoats, to be sure," quoth Ben, eating an apple, "and it was heads." "Demmy, you've lost," cried the yeoman, rubbing his rough hands with glee. It would have been a fine sight for Asmodeus could he have perched on one of the housetops of the market place of and looked on the murmuring and heaving sea of mortality below. Oh, the sight of a crowd round a court of law or a gibbet ought to make the devil split himself with laughter. While the mob was fretting and pushing and swearing and grinning and betting and picking pockets and trampling feet and tearing gowns and scrambling nearer and nearer to the doors and windows of the court, Brandon was slowly concluding his abstemious repast, preparatory to attendance on his judicial duties. His footman entered with a letter. Sir William glanced rapidly over the seal, one of those immense sacrifices of wax used at that day, adorned with a huge coat of arms, surmounted with an earl's coronet, and decorated on either side with those supporters so dear to heraldic taste. He then tore open the letter and read as follows: "My dear Sir William, you know that in the last conversation I had the honor to hold with you, I alluded, though perhaps somewhat distantly, to the esteem which His Majesty had personally expressed for your principles and talents, and has wished to testify it at the earliest opportunity. There will be, as you are doubtless aware, an immediate creation of 4 peerages. Your name stands second on the list. The choice of title His Majesty graciously leaves to you. But he has hinted that the respectable antiquity of your family would make him best pleased were you to select the name of your own family seat, which, if I mistake not, is Warlock. You will instruct me at your leisure as to the manner in which the patent should be made out, touching the succession, etc. Perhaps, excuse the license of an old friend, this event may induce you to forsake your long cherished celibacy. I need not add that this accession of rank will be accompanied by professional elevation. You will see by the papers that the death of leaves vacant the dignity of Chief Baron, and I am at length empowered to offer you a station proportioned to your character and talents. With great consideration, believe me, my dear sir, very truly yours, Private and Confidential." Brandon's dark eye glanced quickly from the signature of the Premier affixed to this communication towards the mirror opposite him. He strode to it and examined his own countenance with a long and wistful gaze. Never, we think, did youthful gallant, about to repair to the trysting spot in which fair looks make the greatest of earthly advantages, gaze more anxiously on the impartial glass than now did the ascetic and scornful judge. And never, we ween, did the eye of the said gallant retire with a more satisfied and triumphant expression. "Yes, yes," muttered the judge, "no sign of infirmity is yet written here. The blood flows clear and warm enough. The cheek looks firm too, and passing full for one who was always of the lean kind. Aha, this letter is a cordial, an elixir vitro. I feel as if a new lease were granted to the reluctant tenant. Lord Warlock, the first Baron of Warlock, Lord Chief Baron. What next? As he spoke, he strode unconsciously away, folding his arms with that sort of joyous and complacent gesture which implies the idea of a man hugging himself in a silent delight. Assuredly had the most skillful physician then looked upon the ardent and all-lighted face, the firm step, the elastic and muscular frame, the vigorous air of Brandon, as he mentally continued his soliloquy, he would have predicted for him as fair a grasp on longevity as the chances of mortal life will allow. He was interrupted by the servant entering. "It is 25 minutes after 9, sir," said he respectfully. "Sir, sir," repeated Brandon. "Ah, well, so late." "Yes, sir, and the sheriff's carriage is almost at the door." "Humph! Minister, peer, Warlock, succession. My son, my son, would to God that I could find thee." Such were Brandon's last thoughts as he left the room. It was with great difficulty, so dense was the crowd, that the judge drove up to the court. As the carriage slowly passed, the spectators pressed to the windows of the vehicle, and stood on tiptoe to catch a view of the celebrated lawyer. Brandon's face, never long indicative of his feelings, had now settled into its usual gravity, and the severe loftiness of his look chilled, while it satisfied, the curiosity of the vulgar. It had been ordered that no person should be admitted until the judge had taken his seat on the bench, and this order occasioned so much delay, owing to the accumulated pressure of the vast and miscellaneous group, that it was more than half an hour before the court was able to obtain that decent order suiting the solemnity of the occasion. At 5 minutes before 10, a universal and indescribable movement announced that the prisoner was put to the bar. We read in one of the journals of that day that on being put to the bar, the prisoner looked round with a long and anxious gaze, which at length settled on the judge, and then dropped, while the prisoner was observed to change countenance slightly. Lovett was dressed in a plain dark suit. He seemed to be about 6 feet high, and though thin and worn, probably from the effect of his wound and imprisonment, he is remarkably well made, and exhibits the outward appearance of that great personal strength which he is said to possess, and which is not unfrequently the characteristic of daring criminals. His face is handsome and prepossessing, his eyes and hair dark, and his complexion pale, possibly from the effects of his confinement. There was a certain sternness in his countenance during the greater part of the trial. His behavior was remarkably collected and composed. The prisoner listened with the greatest attention to the indictment, which the reader will find in another part of our paper, charging him with the highway robbery of Lord Mauleverer on the night of the of last. He occasionally inclined his body forward and turned his ear towards the court, and he was observed, as the jury were sworn, to look steadily in the face of each. He breathed thick and hard when the various aliases he had assumed, Howard, Cavendish, Jackson, etc., were read, but smiled with an unaccountable expression when the list was completed, as if exulting at the varieties of his ingenuity. At 25 minutes past 10, Mr. Dyebright, the counsel for the Crown, stated the case to the jury. Mr. Dyebright was a lawyer of great eminence. He had been a Whig all his life, but had latterly become remarkable for his insincerity and subservience to the wishes of the higher powers. His talents were peculiar and effective. If he had little eloquence, he had much power, and his legal knowledge was sound and extensive. Many of his brethren excelled him in display, but no one like him possessed the secret of addressing a jury. Winningly familiar, seemingly candid to a degree that scarcely did justice to his cause, as if he were in an agony lest he should persuade you to lean a hair breadth more on his side of the case than justice would allow, apparently all made up of good, homely, virtuous feeling, a disinterested regard for truth, a blunt yet tender honesty, seasoned with a few amiable fireside prejudices, which always come home to the hearts of your fathers of families and thoroughbred Britons, versed in all the niceties of language and the magic of names, if he were defending crime, carefully calling it misfortune; if attacking misfortune, constantly calling it crime. Mr. Dyebright was exactly the man born to pervert justice, to tickle jurors, to cozen truth with a friendly smile, and to obtain a vast reputation as an excellent advocate. He began with a long preliminary flourish on the importance of the case. He said that he should with the most scrupulous delicacy avoid every remark calculated to raise unnecessary prejudice against the prisoner. He should not allude to his unhappy notoriety, his associations with the lowest dregs. Here up jumped the counsel for the prisoner, and Mr. Dyebright was called to order. God knows, resumed the learned gentleman, looking wistfully at the jury, that my learned friend might have spared himself this warning. God knows that I would rather 50 of the wretched inmates of this county jail were to escape unharmed, than that a hair of the prisoner you behold at the bar should be unjustly touched. The life of a human being is at stake. We should be guilty ourselves of a crime, which on our deathbeds we should tremble to recall, were we to suffer any consideration, whether of interest or of prejudice, or of undue fear for our own properties and lives, to bias us even to the turning of a straw against the unfortunate prisoner. Gentlemen, if you find me traveling a single inch from my case, if you find me saying a single word calculated to harm the prisoner in your eyes, and unsupported by the evidence I shall call, then I implore you not to depend upon the vigilance of my learned friend, but to treasure these my errors in your recollection, and to consider them as so many arguments in favor of the prisoner. If, gentlemen, I could by any possibility imagine that your verdict would be favorable to the prisoner, I can unaffectedly and from the bottom of my heart declare to you that I should rejoice. A case might be lost, but a fellow creature would be saved. Callous as we of the legal profession are believed, we have feelings like you, and I ask any one of you, gentlemen of the jury, any one who has ever felt the pleasures of social intercourse, the joy of charity, the heart's reward of benevolence, I ask any one of you whether, if he were placed in the arduous situation I now hold, all the persuasions of vanity would not vanish at once from his mind, and whether his defeat as an advocate would not be rendered dear to him by the common and fleshly sympathies of a man. But, gentlemen, Mr. Dyebright's voice at once deepened and faltered, there is a duty, a painful duty, we owe to our country, and never in the long course of my professional experience do I remember an instance in which it was more called forth than in the present. Mercy, gentlemen, is dear, very dear to us all, but it is the deadliest injury we can inflict on mankind when it is bought at the expense of justice. The learned gentleman then, after a few further prefatory observations, proceeded to state how on the night of last, Lord Mauleverer was stopped and robbed by 3 men masked, of a sum of money amounting to above £350, a diamond snuff box, rings, watch, and a case of most valuable jewels. How Lord Mauleverer, in endeavoring to defend himself, had passed a bullet through the clothes of one of the robbers. How it would be proved that the garments of the prisoner, found in a cave in Oxfordshire, and positively sworn to by a witness he should produce, exhibited a rent similar to such a one as a bullet would produce. How, moreover, it would be positively sworn to by the same witness that the prisoner Lovett had come to the cavern with 2 accomplices, not since taken up, since their rescue by the prisoner, and boasted of the robbery he had just committed; that in the clothes and sleeping apartment of the robber the articles stolen from Lord Mauleverer were found, and that the purse containing the notes for £300, the only thing the prisoner could probably have obtained time to carry off with him on the morning on which the cave was entered by the policeman, was found on his person on the day on which he had attempted to rescue of his comrades, and had been apprehended in that attempt. He stated, moreover, that the dress found in the cavern, and sworn to by one witness he should produce as belonging to the prisoner, answered exactly to the description of the clothes worn by the principal robber, and sworn to by Lord Mauleverer, his servant, and the postilions. In like manner, the color of one of the horses found in the cavern corresponded with that rode by the highwaymen. On these circumstantial proofs, aided by the immediate testimony of the king's evidence, that witness whom he should produce, he rested a case which could, he averred, leave no doubt on the minds of an impartial jury. Such, briefly and plainly alleged, made the substance of the details entered into by the learned counsel, who then proceeded to call his witnesses. The evidence of Lord Mauleverer, who was staying at Mauleverer Park, which was within a few miles of , was short and clear. It was noticed as a singular circumstance that at the end of the evidence the prisoner bowed respectfully to his lordship. The witness of the postilions and of the valet was no less concise, nor could all the ingenuity of Clifford's counsel shake any part of their evidence in his cross-examination. The main witness depended on by the Crown was now summoned, and the solemn countenance of Peter Magrawler rose on the eyes of the jury. One look of cold and blighting contempt fell on him from the eye of the prisoner, who did not again deign to regard him during the whole of his examination. The witness of Magrawler was delivered with a pomposity worthy of the ex-editor of the Athenaeum. Nevertheless, by the skill of Mr. Dyebright, it was rendered sufficiently clear a story to leave an impression on the jury damnatory to the interests of the prisoner. The counsel on the opposite side was not slow in perceiving the ground acquired by the adverse party. So clearing his throat, he rose with a sneering air to the cross-examination. So, began Mr. Botherham, putting on a pair of remarkably large spectacles, wherewith he truculently regarded the witness. So, Mr. Magrawler, is that your name, eh? Ah, it is it? A very respectable name it is, too, I warrant. Well, sir, look at me. Now, on your oath, remember, were you ever the editor of a certain thing published every Wednesday, and called the Athenaeum, or the Athenaeum, or some such name? Commencing with this insidious and self-damnatory question, the learned counsel then proceeded, as artfully as he was able, through a series of interrogatories calculated to injure the character, the respectable character, of Magrawler, and weaken his testimony in the eyes of the jury. He succeeded in exciting in the audience the feeling of merriment wherewith the vulgar are always so delighted to intersperse the dull seriousness of hanging a human being. But though the jury themselves grinned, they were not convinced. The Scotsman retired from the witness box, scotched, perhaps in reputation, but not killed as to testimony. It was just before this witness concluded that Lord Mauleverer caused to be handed to the judge a small slip of paper containing merely these words in pencil: "Dear Brandon, a dinner waits you at Mauleverer Park, only 3 miles hence. Lord and the Bishop of meet you. Plenty of news from London, and a letter about you, which I will show to no one till we meet. Make haste and hang this poor fellow, that I may see you the sooner. And it is bad for both of us to wait long for a regular meal like dinner. I can't stay longer, it is so hot, and my nerves were always susceptible. Yours, Mauleverer. If you will come, give me a nod. You know my hour, it is always the same." The judge, glancing over the note, inclined his head gravely to the earl, who withdrew, and in 1 minute afterwards a heavy and breathless silence fell over the whole court. The prisoner was called upon for his defense. It was singular what a different sensation to that existing in their breasts the moment before crept thrillingly through the audience. Hushed was every whisper, vanished was every smile, that the late cross-examination had excited. A sudden and chilling sense of the dread importance of the tribunal made itself abruptly felt in the minds of every one present. Perhaps, as in the gloomy satire of Hogarth, the moral Mephistopheles of painters, the close neighborhood of pain to mirth made the former come with a homelier shock to the heart. Be that as it may, a freezing anxiety, numbing the pulse and stirring through the air, made every man in that various crowd feel a sympathy of awe with his neighbor, excepting only the hardened judge and the hackneyed lawyers, and one spectator, an idiot who had thrust himself in with the general press, and stood within a few paces of the prisoner, grinning unconsciously, and every now and then winking with a glassy eye at some one at a distance, whose vigilance he had probably eluded. The face and aspect, even the attitude of the prisoner, were well fitted to heighten the effect which would naturally have been created by any man under the same fearful doom. He stood at the very front of the bar, and his tall and noble figure was drawn up to its full height. A glow of excitement spread itself gradually over features at all times striking, and lighted an eye naturally eloquent, and to which various emotions at that time gave a more than commonly deep and impressive expression. He began thus: "My lord, I have little to say, and I may at once relieve the anxiety of my counsel, who now looks wistfully upon me, and add that that little will scarcely embrace the object of defense. Why should I defend myself? Why should I endeavor to protract a life that a few days, more or less, will terminate, according to the ordinary calculations of chance? Such as it is, and has been, my life is vowed to the law, and the law will have the offering. Could I escape from this indictment, I know that 7 others await me, and that by one or the other of these my conviction and my sentence must come. Life may be sweet to all of us, my lord, and were it possible that mine could be spared yet awhile, that continued life might make a better atonement for past actions than a death which, abrupt and premature, calls for repentance, while it forbids redress. But when the dark side of things is our only choice, it is useless to regard the bright. Idle to fix our eyes upon life when death is at hand; useless to speak of contrition when we are denied its proof. It is the usual policy of prisoners in my situation to address the feelings and flatter the prejudices of the jury; to descant on the excellence of our laws, while they endeavor to disarm them; to praise justice, yet demand mercy; to talk of expecting acquittal, yet boast of submitting without a murmur to condemnation. For me, to whom all earthly interests are dead, this policy is idle and superfluous. I hesitate not to tell you, my Lord Judge, to proclaim to you, gentlemen of the jury, that the laws which I have broken through my life I despise in death. Your laws are but of two classes; the one makes criminals, the other punishes them. I have suffered by the one, I am about to perish by the other. My lord, it was the turn of a straw which made me what I am. 7 years ago I was sent to the House of Correction for an offense which I did not commit. I went thither a boy who had never infringed a single law. I came forth in a few weeks a man who was prepared to break all laws. Whence was this change? Was it my fault, or that of my condemners? You had first wronged me by a punishment which I did not deserve. You wronged me yet more deeply when, even had I been guilty of the first offense, I was sentenced to herd with hardened offenders, and graduates in vice and vice's methods of support. The laws themselves caused me to break the laws, first by implanting within me the goading sense of injustice; secondly, by submitting me to the corruption of example. Thus, I repeat, and I trust my words will sink solemnly into the hearts of all present, your legislation made me what I am, and it now destroys me, as it has destroyed thousands, for being what it made me. But for this, the first aggression on me, I might have been what the world terms honest. I might have advanced to old age and a peaceful grave, through the harmless cheateries of trade, or the honored falsehoods of a profession. Nay, I might have supported the laws which I have now braved, like the counsel opposed to me. I might have grown sleek on the vices of others, and advanced to honor by my ingenuity in hanging my fellow creatures. The canting and prejudging part of the press has affected to set before you the merits of honest ability or laborious trade, in opposition to my offenses. What, I beseech you, are the props of your honest exertion? The profits of trade? Are there no bribes to menials? Is there no adulteration of goods? Are the rich never duped in the price they pay? Are the poor never wronged in the quality they receive? Is there honesty in the bread you eat, in a single necessity, which clothes or feeds or warms you? Let those whom the law protects consider it a protector. When did it ever protect me? When did it ever protect the poor man? The government of a state, the institutions of law, profess to provide for all those who obey. Mark, a man hungers. Do you feed him? He is naked. Do you clothe him? If not, you break your covenant. You drive him back to the first law of nature, and you hang him, not because he is guilty, but because you have left him naked and starving. A murmur among the mob below, with great difficulty silenced. One thing only I will add, and that, not to move your mercy, no, nor to invest my fate with an idle and momentary interest, but because there are some persons in this world who have not known me as the criminal who stands before you, and whom the tidings of my fate may hereafter reach, and I would not have those persons view me in blacker colors than I deserve. Among all the rumors, gentlemen, that have reached you, through all the tales and fables kindled from my unhappy notoriety and my approaching doom, I put it to you, if you have heard that I have committed one sanguinary action, or one ruinous and deliberate fraud. You have heard that I have lived by the plunder of the rich. I do not deny the charge. From the grinding of the poor, the habitual overreaching, or the systematic pilfering of my neighbors, my conscience is as free as it is from the charge of cruelty and bloodshed. Those errors I leave to honest mediocrity or virtuous exertion. You may perhaps find, too, that my life has not passed through a career of outrage without scattering some few benefits on the road. In destroying me, it is true that you will have the consolation to think that among the benefits you derive from my sentence will be the salutary encouragement you give to other offenders to offend to the last degree, and to divest outrage of no single aggravation, But if this does not seem to you any very powerful inducement, you may pause before you cut off from all amendment a man who seems neither wholly hardened nor utterly beyond atonement. My lord, my counsel would have wished to summon witnesses, some to bear testimony to redeeming points in my own character, others to invalidate the oath of the witness against me, a man whom I saved from destruction in order that he might destroy me. I do not think either necessary. The public press has already said of me what little good does not shock the truth, and had I not possessed something of those qualities which society does not disesteem, you would not have beheld me here at this hour. If I had saved myself as well as my companions, I should have left this country, perhaps forever, and commenced a very different career abroad. I committed offenses, I eluded you. I committed what, in my case, was an act of duty. I am seized and I perish. But the weakness of my body destroys me, not the strength of your malice. Had I, and as the prisoner spake, the haughty and rapid motion, the enlarging of the form produced by the passion of the moment, made impressively conspicuous to all the remarkable power of his frame, had I but my wonted health, my wonted command over these limbs and these veins, I would have asked no friend, no ally, to favor my escape. I tell you, engines and guardians of the law, that I would have mocked your chains and defied your walls, as ye know that I have mocked and defied them before. But my blood creeps now only in drops through its courses, and the heart that I had of old stirs feebly and heavily within me. The prisoner paused a moment, and resumed in an altered tone. Leaving then my own character to the ordeal of report, I cannot perhaps do better than leave to the same criterion that of the witness against me. I will candidly own that under other circumstances it might have been otherwise. I will candidly avow that I might have then used such means as your law awards me to procure an acquittal and to prolong my existence, though in a new scene. As it is, what matters the cause in which I receive my sentence? Nay, it is even better to suffer by the first than to linger to the last. It is some consolation not again to stand where I now stand, to go through the humbling solemnities which I have this day endured, to see the smile of some and retort the frown of others, to wrestle with the anxiety of the heart, and to depend on the caprice of the excited nerves. It is something to feel one part of the drama of disgrace is over, and that I may wait unmolested in my den until for one time only I am again the butt of the unthinking and the monster of the crowd. My lord, I have now done. To you whom the law deems the prisoner's counsel, to you, gentlemen of the jury, to whom it has delegated his fate, I leave the chances of my life. The prisoner ceased, but the same heavy silence which, save when broken by one solitary murmur, had lain over the court during his speech, still continued even for several moments after that deep and firm voice had died on the ear. So different had been the defense of the prisoner from that which had been expected. So assuredly did the more hackneyed part of the audience, even as he had proceeded, imagine that by some artful turn he would at length wind into the usual courses of defense, that when his unfaltering and almost stern accents paused, men were not prepared to feel that his speech was finished, and the pause involuntarily jarred on them as untimeous and abrupt. At length, when each of the audience slowly awoke to the conviction that the prisoner had indeed concluded his harangue, a movement, eloquent of feelings released from a suspense, which had been perhaps the more earnest and the more blended with awe from the boldness and novelty of the words on which it hung, circled round the court. The jurors looked confusedly at each other, but not one of them spoke. Even by a whisper, their feelings, which had been aroused by the speech of the prisoner, had not from its shortness, its singularity, and the haughty impolicy of its tone been so far guided by its course as to settle into any state of mind clearly favorable to him, or the reverse, so that each man waited for his neighbor to speak first, in order that he might find, as it were, in another a kind of clue to the indistinct and excited feelings which wanted utterance in himself. End of chapter 35, part 1. Chapter 35, part 2 of Paul Clifford by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The judge, who had been from the first attracted by the air and aspect of the prisoner, had perhaps, notwithstanding the hardness of his mind, more approvingly than any one present, listened to the defense. For in the scorn of the hollow institutions and the mock honesty of social life, so defyingly manifested by the prisoner, Brandon recognized elements of mind remarkably congenial to his own. And this sympathy was heightened by the hardihood of physical nerve and moral intrepidity displayed by the prisoner, qualities which among men of a similar mould often form the strongest motive of esteem, and sometimes, as we read of in the imperial Corsican and his chiefs, the only point of attraction. Brandon was, however, soon recalled to his cold self by a murmur of vague applause circling throughout the common crowd, among whom the general impulse always manifests itself first, and to whom the opinions of the prisoner, though but imperfectly understood, came more immediately home than they did to the better and richer classes of the audience. Ever alive to the decorums of form, Brandon instantly ordered silence in the court, and when it was again restored and it was fully understood that the prisoner's defense had closed, the judge proceeded to sum up. It is worthy of remark that many of the qualities of mind which seem most unamiable in private life often conduce with a singular felicity to the ends of public. And thus the stony firmness characteristic of Brandon was a main cause which made him admirable as a judge, for men in office err no less from their feelings than their interests. Glancing over his notes, the judge inclined himself to the jury and began with that silver ringing voice which particularly distinguished Brandon's eloquence, and carried with it in high station so majestic and candid a tone of persuasion. He pointed out with a clear brevity the various points of the evidence. He dwelt for a moment on the attempt to cast disrepute upon the testimony of McGrawler, but called a proper attention to the fact that the attempt had been unsupported by witnesses or proof. As he proceeded, the impression made by the prisoner on the minds of the jury slowly melted away, and perhaps so much do men soften when they behold clearly the face of a fellow man dependent on them for life, it acted disadvantageously on the interests of Clifford, that during the summing up he leaned back in the dock and prevented his countenance from being seen. When the evidence had been gone through, the judge concluded thus: The prisoner, who in his defense, on the principles and opinions of which I now forbear to comment, certainly exhibited the signs of a superior education and a high though perverted ability, has alluded to the reports circulated by the public press, and leaned some little stress on the various anecdotes tending to his advantage, which he supposes have reached your ears. I am by no means willing that the prisoner should be deprived of whatever benefit may be derivable from such a source, but it is not in this place, nor at this moment, that it can avail him. All you have to consider is the evidence before you. All on which you have to decide is, whether the prisoner be or be not guilty of the robbery of which he is charged. You must not waste a thought on what redeems or heightens a supposed crime. You must only decide on the crime itself. Put away your minds, I beseech you, all that interferes with the main case. Put away also from your motives of decision all forethought of other possible indictments to which the prisoner has alluded, but with which you are necessarily unacquainted. If you doubt the evidence, whether of one witness or of all, the prisoner must receive from you the benefit of that doubt. If not, you are sworn to a solemn oath which ordains you to forego all minor considerations, which compels you to watch narrowly that you be not influenced by the infirmities natural to us all, but criminal in you, to lean towards the side of a mercy that would be rendered by your oath a perjury to God, and by your duty as impartial citizens a treason to your country. I dismiss you to the grave consideration of the important case you have heard, and I trust that he to whom all hearts are open, and all secrets are known, will grant you the temper and the judgment to form a right decision." There was in the majestic aspect and thrilling voice of Brandon something which made the commonest form of words solemn and impressive, and the hypocrite, aware of this felicity of manner, generally, as now, added weight to his concluding words by a religious allusion or a scriptural phraseology. He ceased, and the jury, recovering the effect of his adjuration, consulted for a moment among themselves. The foreman then, addressing the court on behalf of his fellow jurors, requested leave to retire for deliberation. An attendant bailiff being sworn in, we read in the journals of the day, which noted the divisions of time with that customary scrupulosity rendered terrible by the reflection how soon all time and seasons may perish for the hero of the scene, that it was at 25 minutes to 2 that the jury withdrew. Perhaps in the whole course of a criminal trial there is no period more awful than that occupied by the deliberation of the jury. In the present case the prisoner, as if acutely sensible of his situation, remained in the rear of the dock and buried his face in his hands. They who stood near him observed, however, that his breast did not seem to swell with the convulsive emotion customary to persons in his state, and that not even a sigh or agitated movement escaped him. The jury had been absent about 20 minutes when a confused noise was heard in the court. The face of the judge turned in commanding severity towards the quarter whence it proceeded. He perceived a man of a coarse garb and mean appearance endeavoring rudely and violently to push his way through the crowd towards the bench, and at the same instant he saw one of the officers of the court approaching the disturber of its tranquillity with no friendly intent. The man, aware of the purpose of the constable, exclaimed with great vehemence, "I vill give this to my lord the judge, blow me if I von't." And as he spoke he raised high above his head a soiled scrap of paper, folded awkwardly in the shape of a letter. The instant Brandon's eye caught the rugged features of the intrusive stranger, he motioned with rather less than his usual slowness of gesture to one of his official satellites. "Bring me that paper instantly," he whispered. The officer bowed and obeyed. The man, who seemed a little intoxicated, gave it with a look of ludicrous triumph and self-importance. "Stand avay, man," he added to the constable, who now laid hand on his collar. "You'll see vat the judge says to that 'ere bit of paper, and so vill the prisoner, poor fellow." This scene, so unworthy the dignity of the court, attracted the notice, and immediately around the intruder the merriment of the crowd, and many an eye was directed towards Brandon as with calm gravity he opened the note and glanced over the contents. In a large schoolboy hand, it was the hand of Long Ned, were written these few words: "My Lord Judge, I make bold to beg you will do all you can for the prisoner at the bar, as he is no other than the Paul I spoke to your worship about. You know what I mean. Dummy Dunaker." As he read this note, the judge's head was observed to droop suddenly, as if by a sickness or a spasm. But he recovered himself instantly, and whispering the officer who brought him the note, said, "See that that madman be immediately removed from the court, and lock him up alone. He is so deranged as to be dangerous." The officer lost not a moment in seeing the order executed. 3 stout constables dragged the astounded dummy from the court in an instant, yet the more ruthlessly for his ejaculating, "Eh, sirs, what's this? I tells you I have saved the judge's hown flesh and blood. Vy now, gently there, you'll smart for this, my fine fellow. Never you mind, Paul, my 'arty, I'se done you a pure good." "Silence!" proclaimed the voice of the judge, and that voice came forth with so commanding a tone of power that it awed Dummy despite his intoxication. In a moment more, and ere he had time to recover, he was without the court. During this strange hubbub, which nevertheless scarcely lasted above 2 or 3 minutes, The prisoner had not once lifted his head, nor appeared aroused in any manner from his reverie, and scarcely had the intruder been withdrawn before the jury returned. The verdict was, as all had foreseen, guilty, but it was coupled with a strong recommendation to mercy. The prisoner was then asked, in the usual form, whether he had to say anything why sentence of death should not be passed against him. As these dread words struck upon his ear, slowly the prisoner rose. He directed first towards the jury a brief and keen glance, and his eyes then rested full and with a stern significance on the face of his judge. "My lord," he began, "I have but one reason to advance against the sentence of the law. If you have interest to prevent or mitigate it, that reason will, I think, suffice to enlist you on my behalf. I said that the first cause of those offenses against the law which brings me to this bar was the committing me to prison on a charge of which I was wholly innocent. My lord judge, you were the man who accused me of that charge and subjected me to that imprisonment. Look at me well, my lord, and you may trace in the countenance of the hardened felon you are about to adjudge to death the features of a boy whom some 7 years ago you accused before a London magistrate of the theft of your watch. On the oath of a man who has one step on the threshold of death, the accusation was unjust, and, fit minister of the laws you represent, you who will now pass my doom, you were the cause of my crimes. My lord, I have done. I am ready to add another to the long and dark list of victims who are first polluted and then sacrificed by the blindness and the injustice of human codes." While Clifford spoke, every eye turned from him to the judge, and every one was appalled by the ghastly and fearful change which had fallen over Brandon's face. Men said afterwards that they saw written there in terrible distinctness the characters of death, and there certainly seemed something awful and preternatural in the bloodless and haggard calmness of his proud features. Yet his eye did not quail, nor the muscles of his lip quiver, and with even more than his wonted loftiness he met the regard of the prisoner. But as alone, conspicuous throughout the motionless and breathless crowd, the judge and criminal gazed upon each other, and as the eyes of the spectators wandered on each, a thrilling and electric impression of a powerful likeness between the doomed and the doomer, for the first time in the trial, struck upon the audience, and increased, though they scarcely knew why, the sensation of pain and dread which the prisoner's last words excited. Perhaps it might have chiefly arisen from a common expression of fierce emotion, conquered by an iron and stern character of mind, or perhaps now that the ashy paleness of exhaustion had succeeded the excited flush on the prisoner's face, the similarity of complexion thus obtained made the likeness more obvious than before, or perhaps the spectators had not hitherto fixed so searching, or, if we may so speak, so alternating a gaze upon the two. However that be, the resemblance between the men, placed as they were in such widely different circumstances, that resemblance which, as we have hinted, had at certain moments occurred startlingly to Lucy, was plain and unavoidably striking. The same, the dark hue of their complexions; the same, the haughty and Roman outline of their faces; the same, the height of the forehead; the same, even, a displeasing and sarcastic rigidity of mouth, which made the most conspicuous feature in Brandon, and which was the only point that deteriorated from the singular beauty of Clifford. But above all, the same inflexible, defying, stubborn spirit, though in Brandon it assumed the stately cast of majesty, and in Clifford it seemed the desperate sternness of the bravo, stamped itself in both. Though Clifford ceased, he did not resume his seat, but stood in the same attitude as that in which he had reversed the order of things, and merged the petitioner in the accuser; and Brandon himself, without speaking or moving, continued still to survey him. So, with erect fronts and marble countenances, in which what was defying and resolute did not altogether quell the mortal leaven of pain and dread, they looked as might have looked the two men in the Eastern story who had the power of gazing each other unto death. What at that moment was raging in Brandon's heart, it is in vain to guess. He doubted not for a moment that he beheld before him his long lost, his anxiously demanded son. Every fiber, every corner of his complex and gloomy soul, that certainly reached and blasted with a hideous and irresistible glare. The earliest, perhaps the strongest, though often the least acknowledged principle of his mind was the desire to rebuild the fallen honors of his house. Its last scion he now beheld before him, covered with the darkest ignominies of the law. He had coveted worldly honors. He beheld their legitimate successor in a convicted felon. He had garnered the few affections he had spared from the objects of pride and ambition in his son. That son he was about to adjudge to the gibbet and the hangman. Of late he had increased the hopes of regaining his lost treasure, even to an exultant certainty. Lo, the hopes were accomplished. How? With these thoughts warring, in what manner we dare not even by an epithet express within him. We may cast one hasty glance on the horror of aggravation they endured when he heard the prisoner accuse him as the cause of his present doom, and felt himself at once the murderer and the judge of his son. Minutes had elapsed since the voice of the prisoner ceased, and Brandon now drew forth the black cap. As he placed it slowly over his brows, the increasing and corpse-like whiteness of his face became more glaringly visible by the contrast which this dread headgear presented. Twice, as he essayed to speak, his voice failed him, and an indistinct murmur came forth from his hueless lips, and died away like a fitful and feeble wind. But with the third effort, the resolution and long self-tyranny of the man conquered, and his voice went clear and unfaltering through the crowd, although the severe sweetness of its wonted tones was gone, and it sounded strange and hollow on the ears that drank it. Prisoner at the bar, it has become my duty to announce to you the close of your mortal career. You have been accused of a daring robbery, and after an impartial trial, a jury of your countrymen and the laws of your country have decided against you. The recommendation to mercy," here only throughout his speech Brandon gasped convulsively for breath, "so humanely added by the jury, shall be forwarded to the supreme power, but I cannot flatter you with much hope of its success." The lawyers looked with some surprise at each other. They had expected a far more unqualified mandate to abjure all hope from the jury's recommendation. "Prisoner, for the opinions you have expressed, you are now only answerable to your God. I forbear to arraign them. For the charge you have made against me, whether true or false, and for the anguish it has given me, may you find pardon at another tribunal. It remains for me only, under a reserve too slight, as I have said, to afford you a fair promise of hope, only to All eyes were on Brandon. He felt it, exerted himself for a last effort, and proceeded "to pronounce on you the sharp sentence of the law. It is that you be taken back to the prison whence you came, and thence, when the supreme authority shall appoint, to the place of execution, to be there hanged by the neck till you are dead, and the Lord God Almighty have mercy on your soul." With this address concluded that eventful trial, and while the crowd in rushing and noisy tumult bore towards the door, Brandon, concealing to the last with a Spartan bravery the anguish which was gnawing at his entrails, retired from the awful pageant. For the next half hour he was locked up with the strange intruder on the proceedings of the court. At the end of that time the stranger was dismissed, and in about double the same period Brandon's servant readmitted him, accompanied by another man with a slouched hat and in a carman's frock. The reader need not be told that the newcomer was the friendly Ned, whose testimony was indeed a valuable corroborative to dummies, and whose regard for Clifford, aided by an appetite for rewards, had induced him to venture to the town of , although he tarried concealed in a safe suburb, until reassured by a written promise from Brandon of safety to his person, and a sum for which we might almost doubt whether he would not have consented, so long had he been mistaking means for an end, to be hanged himself. Brandon listened to the details of these confederates, and when they had finished, he addressed them thus: I have heard you, and am convinced you are liars and impostors. There is the money I promised you," throwing down a pocket-book. "Take it, and hark you, if ever you dare whisper aye but a breath of the atrocious lie you have now forged, be sure I will have you dragged from the recess or nook of infamy in which you may hide your heads, and hanged for the crimes you have already committed. I am not the man to break my word. Begone! Quit this town instantly. If in 2 hours hence you are found here, your blood be on your own heads. Begone, I say." These words, aided by a countenance well adapted at all times to expressions of a menacing and ruthless character, at once astounded and appalled the accomplices. They left the room in hasty confusion, and Brandon, now alone, walked with uneven steps, the alarming weakness and vacillation of which he did not himself feel, to and fro the apartment. The hell of his breast was stamped upon his features, but he uttered only one thought aloud: "I may, yes, yes, I may yet conceal this disgrace to my name." His servant tapped at the door to say that the carriage was ready, and that Lord Mauleverer had bid him remind his master that they dined punctually at the hour appointed. "I am coming," said Brandon, with a slow and startling emphasis on each word. But he first sat down and wrote a letter to the official quarter, strongly aiding the recommendation of the jury, and we may conceive how pride clung to him to the last when he urged the substitution for death of transportation for life. As soon as he had sealed this letter, he summoned an express, gave his orders coolly and distinctly, and attempted, with his usual stateliness of step, to walk through a long passage which led to the outer door. He found himself fail. "Come hither," he said to his servant. "Give me your arm." All Brandon's domestics, save the one left with Lucy, stood in awe of him, and it was with some hesitation that his servant ventured to inquire if his master felt well. Brandon looked at him, but made no reply. He entered his carriage with slight difficulty, and telling the coachman to drive as fast as possible, pulled down, a general custom with him, all the blinds of the windows. Meanwhile, Lord Mauleverer, with 6 friends, was impatiently awaiting the arrival of the 7th guest. "Our august friend tarries," quoth the Bishop of with his hands folded across his capacious stomach. "I fear the turbot your lordship spoke of may not be the better for the length of the trial." "Poor fellow!" said the Earl of slightly yawning. "Whom do you mean?" asked Lord Mauleverer, with a smile. "The bishop, the judge, or the turbot?" "Not one of the 3, Mauleverer. I spoke of the prisoner." "Ah, the fine dog! I forgot him," said Mauleverer. "Really, now you mention him, I must confess that he inspires me with great compassion. But indeed it is very wrong in him to keep the judge so long." "Those hardened wretches have such a great deal to say," mumbled the bishop sourly. "True," said Mauleverer. "A religious rogue would have had some bowels for the state of the church, esurient." "Is it really true, Mauleverer," asked the Earl of "that Brandon is to succeed?" "So I hear," said Mauleverer. "Heavens, how hungry I am!" A groan from the bishop echoed the complaint. "I suppose it would be against all decorum to sit down to dinner without him," said Lord . "Why, really, I fear so," returned Mauleverer. "But our health is at stake. We will only wait 5 minutes more. By Jove, there's the carriage. I beg your pardon for my heathen oath, my Lord Bishop." "I forgive you," said the good bishop, smiling. The party thus engaged in colloquy were stationed at a window opening on the gravel road, along which the judge's carriage was now seen rapidly approaching. This window was but a few yards from the porch, and had been partially opened for the better reconnoitering the approach of the expected guest. "He keeps the blinds down still. Absence of mind, or shame at unpunctuality, which is the cause, Mauleverer?" said one of the party. "Not shame, I fear," answered Mauleverer. "Even the indecent immorality of delaying our dinner could scarcely bring a blush to the parchment skin of my learned friend." Here the carriage stopped at the porch. The carriage door was opened. "There seems a strange delay," said Mauleverer, peevishly. "Why does not he get out?" As he spoke, a murmur among the attendants, who appeared somewhat strangely to crowd around the carriage, smote the ears of the party. "What do they say? What?" said Mauleverer, putting his hand to his ear. The bishop answered hastily, and Mauleverer, as he heard the reply, forgot for once his susceptibility to cold, and hurried out to the carriage door. His guests followed. They found Brandon leaning against the farther corner of the carriage, a corpse. One hand held the check string, as if he had endeavored involuntarily, but ineffectually, to pull it. The right side of his face was partially distorted, as by convulsions, paralysis, but not sufficiently so to destroy the remarkable expression of loftiness and severity which had characterized the features in life. At the same time, the distortion, which had drawn up on one side the muscles of the mouth, had deepened into a startling broadness the half sneer of derision that usually lurked around the lower part of his face. Thus unwitnessed and abrupt had been the disunion of the clay and spirit of a man who, if he passed through life a bold, scheming, stubborn, unwavering hypocrite, was not without something high, even amidst his baseness, his selfishness, and his vices; who seemed less to have loved sin than by some strange perversion of reason to have disdained virtue; and who, by a solemn and awful suddenness of fate, for who shall venture to indicate the judgment of the arch and unseen Providence, even when it appears to mortal eye the least obscured, won the dreams, the objects, the triumphs of hope, to be blasted by them at the moment of acquisition. End of chapter 35, part 2. Chapter 36 of Paul Clifford by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. And last. Subtle, surly, Mammon, dull, hot, Ananias, dapper, dragger, all, with whom I traded. The Alchemist. As when some rural citizen, retired for a fleeting holiday, far from the cares of the world, strepitumque Romae, and the roar of Rome, to the sweet shades of Pentonville, or the remoter plains of Clapham, conducts some delighted visitor over the intricacies of that Daedalian masterpiece which he is pleased to call his labyrinth or maze, now smiling furtively at his guest's perplexity, now listening with calm superiority to his futile and erring conjectures, now maliciously accompanying him through a flattering path in which the baffled adventurer is suddenly checked by the blank features of a thoroughfareless hedge, now trembling as he sees the guest stumbling unawares into the right track, and now relieved as he beholds him, after a pause of deliberation, wind into the wrong. Even so, O pleasant reader, doth the sage novelist conduct thee through the labyrinth of his tale, amusing himself with thy self-deceits, and spinning forth in prolix pleasure the quiet yarn of his entertainment, from the involutions which occasion thy fretting eagerness and perplexity. But as when, thanks to the host's good nature or fatigue, the mystery is once unravelled, and the guest permitted to penetrate even into the concealed end of the leafy maze, the honest cit, satisfied with the pleasant pains he has already bestowed upon his visitor, puts him not to the labour of retracing the steps he hath so erratically trod, but leads him in 3 strides, and through a simpler path, at once to the mouth of the maze, and dismisseth him elsewhere for entertainment. Even so will the prudent narrator, when the intricacies of his plot are once unfolded, occasion no stale and profitless delays to his wearied reader, but conduct him with as much brevity as convenient, without the labyrinth which has ceased to retain the interest of a secret. We shall therefore, in pursuance of the tit's policy, relate as rapidly as possible that part of our narrative which yet remains untold. On Brandon's person was found the paper which had contained so fatal an intelligence of his son, and when brought to Lord Mauleverer, the words struck that person who knew Brandon had been in search of his lost son, whom we have seen that he had been taught, however, to suppose illegitimate, though it is probable that many doubts whether he had not been deceived must have occurred to his natural sagacity, as sufficiently important to be worth an inquiry after the writer. Dummy was easily found, for he had not yet turned his back on the town, when the news of the judge's sudden death was brought back to it, and taking advantage of that circumstance, the friendly Duneker remained altogether in the town, albeit his long companion deserted it as hastily as might be, and whiled the time by presenting himself at the jail, and after some ineffectual efforts winning his way to Clifford. Easily tracked by the name he had given to the governor of the jail, he was conducted the same day to Lord Mauleverer, and his narrative, confused as it was, and proceeding even from so suspicious a quarter, thrilled those digestive organs which in Mauleverer stood proxy for a heart, with feelings as much resembling awe and horror as our good peer was capable of experiencing. Already shocked from his worldly philosophy of indifference by the death of Brandon, he was more susceptible to a remorseful and salutary impression at this moment than he might have been at any other, and he could not, without some twinges of conscience, think of the ruin he had brought on the mother of the being he had but just prosecuted to the death. He dismissed Dummy, and after a little consideration he ordered his carriage, and leaving the funeral preparations for his friend to the care of his man of business, he set off for London, and the house in particular of the Secretary of the Home Department. We would not willingly wrong the noble penitent, but we venture a suspicion that he might not have preferred a personal application for mercy to the prisoner to a written one, had he not felt certain unpleasant qualms in remaining in a country house overshadowed by ceremonies so gloomy as those of death. The letter of Brandon and the application of Mauleverer obtained for Clifford a relaxation of his sentence. He was left for perpetual transportation. A ship was already about to sail, and Mauleverer, content with having saved his life, was by no means anxious that his departure from the country should be saddled with any superfluous delay. Meanwhile, the first rumor that reached London respecting Brandon's fate was that he had been found in a fit, and was lying dangerously ill at Mauleverer's, and before the second and more fatally sure report arrived, Lucy had gathered from the visible dismay of Barlow, whom she anxiously cross-questioned, and who, really loving his master, was easily affected into communication the first and more flattering intelligence. To Barlow's secret delight, she insisted instantly on setting off to the supposed sick man, and accompanied by Barlow and her woman, the affectionate girl hastened to Mauleverer's house on the evening after the day the Earl left it. Lucy had not proceeded far before Barlow learned from the gossip of the road the real state of the case. Indeed, it was at the first stage that, with a mournful countenance, he approached the door of the carriage, and announcing the inutility of proceeding farther, begged of Lucy to turn back. So soon as Miss Brandon had overcome the first shock which this intelligence gave her, she said with calmness, "Well, Barlow, if it be so, we have still a duty to perform. Tell the postboys to drive on. Indeed, madam, I cannot see what use it can be fretting yourself, and you so poorly. If you will let me go, I will see every attention paid to the remains of my poor master." "When my father lay dead," said Lucy, with a grave and sad sternness in her manner, "he who is now no more sent no proxy to perform the last duties of a brother, neither will I send one to discharge those of a niece, and prove that I have forgotten the gratitude of a daughter. Drive on." We have said that there were times when a spirit was stricken from Lucy, little common to her in general, and now the command of her uncle sat upon her brow. On sped the horses, and for several minutes Lucy remained silent. Her woman did not dare to speak. At length Miss Brandon turned, and covering her face with her hands, burst into tears so violent that they alarmed her attendant even more than her previous stillness. "My poor, poor uncle!" she sobbed, and those were all her words. We must pass over Lucy's arrival at Lord Mauleverer's house. We must pass over the weary days which elapsed till that unconscious body was consigned to dust, with which, could it have retained yet one spark of its haughty spirit, it would have refused to blend its atoms. She had loved the deceased incomparably beyond his merits, and resisting all remonstrance to the contrary, and all the forms of ordinary custom, she witnessed herself the dreary ceremony which bequeathed the human remains of William Brandon to repose and to the worm. On that same day Clifford received the mitigation of his sentence, and on that day another trial awaited Lucy. We think briefly to convey to the reader what that scene was. We need only observe that dummy Duneker, decoyed by his great love for little Paul, whom he delightedly said he found not the least stuck up by his great fame and helluation, still lingered in the town, and was not only aware of the relationship of the cousins, but had gleaned from Long Ned, as they journeyed down to , the affection entertained by Clifford for Lucy. Of the manner in which the communication reached Lucy we need not speak. Suffice it to say that on the day in which she had performed the last duty to her uncle, she learned for the first time her lover's situation. On that evening in the convict's cell the cousins met. Their conference was low, for the jailer stood within hearing, and it was broken by Lucy's convulsive sobs. But the voice of one whose iron nerves were not unworthy of the offspring of William Brandon was clear and audible to her ear, even though uttered in a whisper that scarcely stirred his lips. It seemed as if Lucy, smitten to the inmost heart by the generosity with which her lover had torn himself from her at the time that her wealth might have raised him in any other country far above the perils and the crimes of his career in this, perceiving now for the first time, and in all their force, the causes of his mysterious conduct, melted by their relationship, and forgetting herself utterly in the desolation and dark situation in which she beheld one who, whatever his crimes, had not been criminal towards her. It seemed as if, carried away by these emotions, she had yielded altogether to the fondness and devotion of her nature, that she had wished to leave home and friends and fortune, and share with him his punishment and his shame. "Why," she faltered, "why not? We are all that is left to each other in the world. Your father and mine were brothers. Let me be to you as a sister. What is there left for me here? Not one being whom I love, or who cares for me, not one." It was then that Clifford summoned all his courage as he answered. Perhaps now that he felt, though here his knowledge was necessarily confused and imperfect, his birth was not unequal to hers, now that he read, or believed he read, in her wan cheek and attenuated frame that desertion to her was death, and that generosity and self-sacrifice had become too late, perhaps these thoughts concurring with a love in himself beyond all words, and a love in her which it was above humanity to resist, altogether conquered and subdued him. Yet, as we have said, his voice breathed calmly in her ear, and his eye only, which brightened with a steady and resolute hope, betrayed his mind. "Live, then," said he, as he concluded, "my sister, my mistress, my bride, live. In 1 year from this day, I repeat, I promise it thee." The interview was over, and Lucy returned home with a firm step. She was on foot. The rain fell in torrents, yet even in her precarious state her health suffered not, and when within a week from that time she read that Clifford had departed to the bourne of his punishment, she read the news with a steady eye and a lip that, if it grew paler, did not quiver. Shortly after that time Miss Brandon departed to an obscure town by the seaside, and there, refusing all society, she continued to reside. As the birth of Clifford was known but to few, and his legitimacy was unsuspected by all, except perhaps by Malevorer, Lucy succeeded to the great wealth of her uncle, and this circumstance made her more than ever an object of attraction in the eyes of her noble adorer. Finding himself unable to see her, he wrote to her more than one moving epistle, but as Lucy continued inflexible, he at length, disgusted by her want of taste, ceased his pursuit and resigned himself to the continued sterility of unwedded life. As the months waned, Miss Brandon seemed to grow weary of her retreat, and immediately on attaining her majority, which she did about 8 months after Brandon's death, She transferred the bulk of her wealth to France, where it was understood, for it was impossible that rumor should sleep upon an heiress and a beauty, that she intended in future to reside. Even Warlock, that spell to the proud heart of her uncle, she ceased to retain. It was offered to the nearest relation of the family at a sum which he did not hesitate to close with, and by the common vicissitudes of fortune the estate of the ancient Brandons has now, we perceive by a weekly journal, just passed into the hands of a wealthy alderman. It was nearly a year since Brandon's death when a letter bearing a foreign postmark came to Lucy. From that time her spirits, which before, though subject to fits of abstraction, had been even and subdued, not sad, rose into all the cheerfulness and vivacity of her earliest youth. She busied herself actively in preparations for her departure from this country, and at length the day was fixed and the vessel was engaged. Every day till that one did Lucy walk to the seaside, and ascending the highest cliffs spend hours, till the evening closed, in watching, with seemingly idle gaze, the vessels that interspersed the sea, and with every day her health seemed to strengthen, and the soft and lucid color she had once worn to rebloom upon her cheek. Previous to her departure, Miss Brandon dismissed her servants, and only engaged one female, a foreigner, to accompany her. A certain tone of quiet command, formerly unknown to her, characterized these measures, so daringly independent for one of her sex and age. The day arrived. It was the anniversary of her last interview with Clifford. On entering the vessel, it was observed that she trembled violently, and that her face was as pale as death. A stranger, who had stood aloof, wrapped in his cloak, darted forward to assist her. That was the last which her discarded and weeping servants beheld of her from the pier where they stood to gaze. Nothing more in this country was ever known of the fate of Lucy Brandon, and as her circle of acquaintances was narrow, and interest in her fate existed vividly in none save a few humble breasts, conjecture was never keenly awakened, and soon cooled into forgetfulness. If it favored, after the lapse of years, any one notion more than another, it was that she had perished among the victims of the French Revolution. Meanwhile, let us glance over the destinies of our more subordinate acquaintances. Augustus Tomlinson, on parting from Long Ned, had succeeded in reaching Calais, and after a rapid tour through the continent, he ultimately betook himself to a certain literary city in Germany, where he became distinguished for his metaphysical acumen, and opened a school of morals on the Grecian model, taught in the French tongue. He managed, by the patronage he received and the pupils he enlightened, to obtain a very decent income, and as he wrote a folio against Locke, proved that men had innate feelings, and affirmed that we should refer everything not to reason, but to the sentiments of the soul, he became greatly respected for his extraordinary virtue. Some little discoveries were made after his death, which perhaps would have somewhat diminished the general odor of his sanctity, had not the admirers of his school carefully hushed up the matter, probably out of respect for the sentiments of the soul. Pepper, whom the police did not so anxiously desire to destroy as they did his two companions, might have managed, perhaps many years longer, to graze upon the public commons, had not a letter, written somewhat imprudently, fallen into wrong hands. This, though after creating a certain stir it apparently died away, lived in the memory of the police, and finally conspired with various peccadilloes to produce his downfall. He was seized, tried, and sentenced to 7 years' transportation. He so advantageously employed his time at Botany Bay, and arranged things there so comfortably to himself, that at the expiration of his sentence he refused to return home. He made an excellent match, built himself an excellent house, and remained in the land of the blest to the end of his days, noted to the last for the redundance of his hair and a certain ferocious coxcombry of aspect. As for Fighting at Tea and Gentleman George, for Scarlet Jem, and for Old Bags, we confess ourselves destitute of any certain information of their latter ends. We can only add, with regard to Fighting at Tea, good luck be with him wherever he goes, and for mine host of the Jolly Angler, that, though we have not the physical constitution to quaff a bumper of blue ruin, we shall be very happy over any tolerable wine, and in company with any agreeable convivialist, to bear our part in the polished chorus of Here's to Gentleman George, God bless him. Mrs. Lobkins departed this life like a lamb, and Dummy Duneker obtained a license to carry on the business at Tim's Court. He boasted to the last of his acquaintance with the great Captain Lovett, and of the affability with which that distinguished personage treated him. Stories he had, too, about Judge Brandon, but no one believed a syllable of them. And Dummy, indignant at the disbelief, increased out of vehemence the marvel of the story, so that at length what was added almost swallowed up what was original, and Dummy himself might have been puzzled to satisfy his own conscience as to what was false and what was true. The erudite Peter Magrawler, returning to Scotland, disappeared by the road. A person singularly resembling the sage was afterwards seen at Carlisle, where he discharged the useful and praiseworthy duties of Jack Ketch. But whether or not this respectable functionary was our identical Simon Pure, our ex-editor of the Athenaeum, we will not take upon ourselves to assert. Lord Mauleverer, finally resolving on a single life, passed the remainder of his years in indolent tranquillity. When he died, the newspapers asserted that His Majesty was deeply affected by the loss of so old and valued a friend. His furniture and wines sold remarkably high, and a great man, his particular intimate, who purchased his books, startled to find, by pencil marks, that the noble deceased had read some of them, exclaimed, not altogether without truth, "Ah, Mauleverer might have been a deuced clever fellow, if he had liked it." The earl was accustomed to show, as a curiosity, a ring of great value, which he had received in rather a singular manner. One morning a packet was brought him, which he found to contain a sum of money, the ring mentioned, and a letter from the notorious Lovett, in which that person, in begging to return his lordship the sums of which he had twice assisted to rob him, thanked him with earnest warmth for the consideration testified towards him in not revealing his identity with Captain Clifford, and ventured, as a slight testimony of respect, to enclose the aforesaid ring, with the sum returned. About the time Mauleverer received this curious packet, several anecdotes of a similar nature appeared in the public journals, and it seemed that Lovett had acted upon a general principle of restitution, not always, it must be allowed, the offspring of a robber's repentance. While the idle were marvelling at these anecdotes, came the tardy news that Lovett, after a single month's sojourn at his place of condemnation, had in the most daring and singular manner effected his escape. Whether in his progress up the country he had been starved or slain by the natives, or whether, more fortunate, he had ultimately found the means of crossing seas, was as yet unknown. There ended the adventures of the gallant robber, and thus, by a strange coincidence, the same mystery which wrapped the fate of Lucy involved also that of her lover. And here, kind reader, might we drop the curtain on our closing scene, did we not think it might please thee to hold it up yet one moment, and give thee another view of the world behind. In a certain town of that great country where shoes are imperfectly polished, see Captain Hall's late work on America, and opinions are not prosecuted, there resided, 20 years after the date of Lucy Brandon's departure from England, a man held in high and universal respect, not only for the rectitude of his conduct, but for the energies of his mind, and the purposes to which they were directed. If you asked who cultivated that waste, the answer was Clifford. Who procured the establishment of that hospital? Clifford. Who obtained the redress of such a public grievance? Clifford. Who struggled for and won such a popular benefit? Clifford. In the gentler part of his projects and his undertakings, in that part, above all, which concerned the sick or the necessitous, this useful citizen was seconded, or rather excelled, by a being over whose surpassing loveliness time seemed to have flown with a gentle and charming wing. There was something remarkable and touching in the love which this couple, for the woman we refer to was Clifford's wife, bore to each other, like the plant on the plains of Hebron. The time which brought to that love an additional strength brought to it also a softer and a fresher verdure. Although their present neighbors were unacquainted with the events of their earlier life, previous to their settlement at , it was known that they had been wealthy at the time they first came to reside there, and that by a series of fatalities they had lost all. But Clifford had borne up manfully against fortune, and in a new country where men who prefer labor to dependence cannot easily starve, he had been enabled to toil upward through the severe stages of poverty and hardship with an honesty and vigor of character which won him, perhaps, a more hearty esteem for every successive effort than the display of his lost riches might ever have acquired him. His labors and his abilities obtained gradual but sure success, and he now enjoyed the blessings of a competence earned with the most scrupulous integrity and spent with the most kindly benevolence. A trace of the trials they had passed through was discernible in each. Those trials had stolen the rose from the wife's cheek, and had sown untimely wrinkles in the broad brow of Clifford. There were moments, too, but they were only moments, when the latter sank from his wonted elastic and healthful cheerfulness of mind into a gloomy and abstracted reverie. But these moments the wife watched with a jealous and fond anxiety, and one sound of her sweet voice had the power to dispel their influence. And when Clifford raised his eyes and glanced from her tender smile around his happy home and his growing children, or beheld through the very windows of his room the public benefits he had created, something of pride and gladness glowed on his countenance, and he said, though with glistening eyes and subdued voice, as his looks returned once more to his wife, "I owe these to thee." One trait of mind especially characterized by Clifford, indulgence to the faults of others. "Circumstances make guilt," he was wont to say. "Let us endeavor to correct the circumstances before we rail against the guilt." His children promised to tread in the same useful and honorable path that he trod himself. Happy was considered that family which had the hope to ally itself with his. Such was the after fate of Clifford and Lucy. Who will condemn us for preferring the moral of that fate to the moral which is extorted from the gibbet and the hulks, which makes scarecrows, not beacons, terrifies our weakness, not warms our reason? Who does not allow that it is better to repair than to perish? Better, too, to atone as the citizen than to repent as the hermit? O John Wilkes, Alderman of London, and Dracensir of Liberty, your life was not an iota too perfect. Your patriotism might have been infinitely purer. Your morals would have admitted indefinite amendment. You are no great favorite with us or with the rest of the world. But you said one excellent thing for which we look on you with benevolence, nay, almost with respect. We scarcely know whether to smile at its wit or to sigh at its wisdom. Mark this truth, all ye gentlemen of England, who would make law as the Romans made fasces, a bundle of rods with an axe in the middle. Mark it, and remember, long may it live, allied with hope in ourselves, but with gratitude in our children, long after the book which it now adorns and points has gone to its dusty slumber, long, long after the feverish hand which now writes it down can defend or enforce it no more. The very worst use to which you can put a man is to hang him. Note: in the second edition of this novel there were here inserted 2 characters of Fighting Addie and Gentleman George, omitted in the subsequent edition published by Mr. Bentley in the Standard Novels. At the request of some admirers of those eminent personages who consider the biographical sketches referred to impartial in themselves, and contributing to the completeness of the design for which men so illustrious were introduced, they are here retained, though in the more honorable form of a separate and supplementary notice. Fighting Atty. When he dies, the road will have lost a great man, whose foot was rarely out of his stirrup, and whose clear head guided a bold hand. He carried common sense to its perfection, and he made the straight path the sublimest. His words were few, his actions were many. He was the Spartan of Tobymen, and laconism was the short soul of his professional legislation. Whatever way you view him, you see those properties of mind which command fortune. Few thoughts not confusing each other, simple elements and bold. His character in action may be summed up in 2 phrases: a fact seized and a stroke made. Had his intellect been more luxurious, his resolution might have been less hardy, and his hardiness made his greatness. He was one of those who shine but in action, chimneys, to adapt the simile of Sir Thomas More, that seem useless till you light your fire. So in calm moments you dream not of his utility, and only on the road you are struck dumb with the outbreaking of his genius. Whatever situation he was called to, you found in hire what you looked for in vain in others, for his strong sense gave to Addie what long experience ought, but often fails, to give to its possessors. His energy triumphed over the sense of novel circumstance, and he broke in a moment through the cobwebs which entangled lesser natures for years. His eye saw a final result and disregarded the detail. He robbed his man without chicanery, and took his purse by applying for it rather than scheming. If his enemies wished to detract from his merit, a merit great, dazzling, and yet solid, they may perhaps say that his genius fitted him better to continue exploits than to devise them, and thus that besides the renown which he may justly claim, he often wholly engrossed that fame which should have been shared by others. He took up the enterprise where it ceased at labor, and carried it onwards where it was regarded with glory. Even this charge proves a new merit of address, and lessens not the merit, less complicated, they have allowed him before. The fame he has acquired may excite our emulation. The envy he has not appeased may console us for obscurity. A stanza of Greek poetry, thus not too vigorously translated by Mr. West: but wrapped in error is the human mind, and human bliss is ever insecure. Know we what fortune shall remain behind? Know we how long the present shall endure? Gentleman George. For thee, Gentleman George, for thee, what conclusive valediction remains? Alas, since we began the strange and mumming scene, wherein first thou went introduced, the grim foe hath knocked thrice at thy gates, and now as we write, in 1830, thou art departed thence, thou art no more. A new lord presides to thine easy chair, a new voice rings from thy merry board. Thou art forgotten, thou art already, like these pages, a tale that is told to a memory that retaineth not. Where are thy quips and cranks? Where thy stately coxcombries, and thy regal gauds? Thine house and thy pagoda, thy Gothic chimney, and thy Chinese sign-post? These yet ask the concluding hand. Thy hand is cold. Their completion, and the enjoyment the completion yields, are for another. Thou sowest, and thy follower reaps. Thou buildest, thy successor holds. Thou plantest, and thine heir sits beneath the shadow of thy trees. Neque harum quas solus arborum te praeter in visus suppressus, ulla brevum dominum sequitur. Nor will any of these trees thou didst cultivate follow thee, the short-lived lord, save the hateful cypress. At this moment thy life, for thou wert a great man to thine order, and they have added thy biography to that of Abershaw and Shepherd. Thy life is before us. What a homily in its events! Gaily didst thou laugh into thy youth, and run through the courses of thy manhood. Wit sat at thy table, and genius was thy comrade. Beauty was thy handmaid, and frivolity played around thee. A buffoon that thou didst ridicule, and ridiculing enjoy. Who among us can look back to thy brilliant era, and not sigh to think that the wonderful men who surrounded thee, and amidst whom thou wert a center and a nucleus, are for him but the things of history, and the phantoms of a bodiless tradition? Those brilliant suppers, glittering with beauty, the memory of which makes one spot yet inherited by Bachelor Bill, a haunted and a fairy ground, all who gathered to that Armida's circle, the Gramonts and the Beauvilliers and the Rochefoucaulds of England and the road. Who does not feel that to have seen these, though but as Gil Bias saw the festivities of his actors from the sideboard and behind the chair, would have been a triumph for the earthlier feelings of his old age to recall? What then must it have been to have seen them as thou didst see, thou the deceased and the forgotten, seen them from the height of thy youth, and power, and rank, for early wert thou keeper to a public, and reckless spirits, and lusty capacities of joy. What pleasures where sense lavished its uncounted varieties? What revellings where wine was the least excitement? Let the scene shift. How stirring is the change, triumph and glitter and conquest! For thy public was a public of renown. Thither came the warriors of the ring, the heroes of the cross, and thou, their patron, wert elevated on their fame. Principes pro victoria pugnant, summitus pro principi. Chiefs for the victory fight, for chiefs the soldiers. What visions sweep across us! What glories didst thou witness! Over what conquests didst thou preside! The mightiest epoch, the most wonderful events which the world, thy world, ever knew, of these was it not indeed, and dazzlingly thine, to share the triumph and partake the gale? Let the scene shift. Manhood is touched by age, but lust is healed by luxury, and pomp is the heir of pleasure. Gewgaws in God instead of glory surround, rejoice, and flatter thee to the last. There rise thy buildings, there lie, secret but gorgeous, the tabernacles of thine ease, and the earnings of thy friends, and the riches of the people whom they plunder are waters to thine imperial whirlpool. Thou art lapped in ease, as is a silkworm, and profusion flows from thy high and unseen asylum, as the rain poureth from a cloud. Much didst thou do to beautify chimney tops, much to adorn the snuggeries where thou didst dwell. Thieving with thee took a substantial shape, and the robberies of the public passed into a metempsychosis of mortar, and became public houses. So there and thus, building and planning, didst thou spin out thy latter yarn, till death came upon thee. And when we looked around, lo, thy brother was on thy hearth, and thy parasites, and thy comrades, and thine ancient pals, and thy portly blowens. They made a murmur, and they packed up their goods, but they turned ere they departed. And they would have worshipped thy brother as they worshipped thee, but he would not. And thy signpost is gone and mouldered already, and to the jolly angler has succeeded the jolly tar. And thy picture is disappearing fast from the print shops, and thy name from the mouths of men. And thy brother, whom no one praised while thou didst live, is on a steeple of panegyric, built above the churchyard that contains thy grave. O shifting and volatile hearts of men, who would be keeper of a public? Who dispense the wine and the juices that gladden? When the moment the pulse of the band ceases, the wine and the juices are forgotten. To history, for thy name will be preserved in that record which, whether it be the calendar of Newgate or of nations, telleth it alike how men suffer and sin and perish. To history we leave the sum and balance of thy merits and thy faults. The sins that were thine were those of the man to whom pleasure is all in all. Thou wert from root to branch, sap and in heart, what moralists term the libertine. Hence the light wooing, the quick desertion, the broken faith, the organized perfidy that manifested thy bearing to those gentler creatures who call thee Gentleman George. Never to one solitary woman, until the last dull flame of thy dotage, didst thou so behave as to give no foundation to complaint and no voice to wrong. But who shall say be honest to one, but laugh at perfidy to another? Who shall wholly confine treachery to one sex, if to that sex he hold treachery no offense? So in thee, as in all thy tribe, there was a lackness of principle, an insincerity of faith, even unto men. Thy friends, when occasion suited, thou couldst forsake, and thy luxuries were dearer to thee than justice to those who supplied them. Men who love and live for pleasure, as thou, are usually good-natured, for their devotion to pleasure arises from the strength of their constitution, and the strength of their constitution preserves them from the irritations of weaker nerves. So went thou good-natured and often generous, and often with thy generosity didst thou unite a delicacy that showed thou hadst an original and a tender sympathy with men. But as those who pursue pleasure are above all others impatient of interruptions, so to such as interfered with thy main pursuit thou didst testify a deep, a lasting, and a revengeful anger. Yet let not such vices of temperament be too severely judged, for to thee were given man's two most persuasive tempters, physical and moral, health and power. Thy talents, such as they were, and they were the talents of a man of the world, misled rather than guided thee, for they gave thy mind that demi-philosophy, that indifference to exalted motives which is generally found in a clever rake. Thy education was wretched, thou hadst a smattering of Horace, but thou couldst not write English, and thy letters betray that thou went woefully ignorant of logic. The fineness of thy taste has been exaggerated, thou wert unacquainted with the nobleness of simplicity. Thy idea of a whole was grotesque and overloaded, and thy fancy in details was gaudy and meretricious. But thou hadst thy hand constantly in the public purse, and thou hadst plans and advisers for ever before thee. More than all, thou didst find the houses in that neighborhood wherein thou didst build so preternaturally hideous, that thou didst require but little science to be less frightful in thy creations. If thou didst not improve thy native village and thy various homes with a solid, a lofty, and a noble taste, thou didst nevertheless very singularly improve. And thy posterity, in avoiding the faults of thy masonry, will be grateful for the effects of thy ambition. The same demi-philosophy which influenced thee in private life exercised a far benigner and happier power over thee in public. Thou wert not idly vexatious in vestries, nor ordinarily tyrannic in thy parish. If thou wert ever arbitrary, it was only when thy pleasure was checked, or thy vanity wounded. At other times thou didst leave events to their legitimate course, so that in thy latter years thou wert justly popular in thy parish, and in the grave thy great good fortune will outshine thy few bad qualities, and men will say of thee with a kindly, not an erring judgment, in private life he was not worse than the roofers who came to this bar; in public life he was better than those who kept the public before him. Hark, those huzzas! What is the burden of that chorus? O grateful and never time-serving Britons, have ye modified already for another the song ye made so solely in honor of gentlemen, George? And must we, lest we lose the custom of the public and the good things of the tap-room, whilst we roar with throats yet hoarse with our fervor for the old words, our ardor for the new? Here's to Mariner Bill, God bless him, God bless him, God bless him. Here's to Mariner Bill, God bless him. End of chapter 36. Tomlinsoniana, Part 1 of Paul Clifford by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tomlinsoniana, Part 1, or The Posthumous Writings of the Celebrated Augustus Tomlinson, Professor of Moral Philosophy in the University of Blank, addressed to his pupils and comprising 1. Maxims on the Popular Art of Creating, illustrated by 10 characters, being an introduction to that noble science by which every man may become his own rogue. 2. Brachologia, or Essays Critical, Sentimental, Moral, and Original. Introduction. Having lately been traveling in Germany, I spent some time at that university in which Augustus Tomlinson presided as professor of moral philosophy. I found that that great man died after a lingering illness in the beginning of the year 1822, perfectly resigned to his fate, and conversing even on his deathbed on the divine mysteries of ethical philosophy. Notwithstanding the little peccadilloes to which I have alluded in the latter pages of Paul Clifford, and which his pupils deemed it advisable to hide from the gaudy, babbling, and remorseless day, his memory was still held in a tender veneration. Perhaps, as in the case of the illustrious Burns, the faults of a great man endeared to you his genius. In his latter days the professor was accustomed to wear a light green silk dressing-gown, and, as he was perfectly bald, a little black velvet cap. His small clothes were pepper and salt. These interesting facts I learned from one of his pupils. His old age was consumed in lectures, in conversation, and in the composition of the little morceau of wisdom we present to the public. In these essays and maxims, short as they are, he seems to have concentrated the wisdom of his industrious and honorable life. With great difficulty I procured from his executors the manuscripts which were then preparing for the German press. A valuable consideration induced those gentlemen to become philanthropic, and to consider the inestimable blessings they would confer upon this country by suffering me to give the following essays to the light in their native and English dress, on the same day whereon they appear in Germany in the graces of foreign disguise. At an age when, while hypocrisy stalks, simpers, sidles, struts, and hobbles through the country, truth also begins to watch her adversary in every movement, I cannot but think these lessons of Augustus Tomlinson peculiarly well timed. I add them as a fitting appendix to a novel that may not inappropriately be termed a treatise on social frauds, and if they contain within them that evidence of diligent attention and that principle of good in which the satire of vice is only the germ of its detection, they may not perchance pass wholly unnoticed, nor be even condemned to that hasty reading in which the indifference of to-day is but the prelude to the forgetfulness of to-morrow. Contents: Maxims on the popular art of cheating, illustrated by 10 characters, being an introduction to that noble science by which every man may become his own rogue. Brachologia on the morality taught by the rich to the poor. Emulation, caution against the scoffers of humbug. Popular wrath at individual imprudence. Doom definit omnes, self-glorifiers. Thought on fortune, wit and truth. Auto-theology, glorious constitution. Answer to the popular cant that goodness in a statesman is better than ability. Common sense, love and writers on love. The great entailed, the regeneration of a knave's style. Maxims on the popular art of cheating, illustrated by 10 characters, being an introduction to that noble science by which every man may become his own rogue. Set a thief to catch a thief. Proverb. 1. Whenever you are about to utter something astonishingly false, always begin with, "It is an acknowledged fact," etc. Sir Robert Filmer was a master of this method of writing. Thus with what a solemn face that great man attempted to cheat. It is a truth undeniable that there cannot be any multitude of men whatsoever, either great or small, etc., but that in the same multitude there is one man amongst them that in nature hath a right to be king of all the rest, as being the next heir to Adam. 2. When you want something from the public, throw the blame of the asking on the most sacred principle you can find. A common beggar can read you exquisite lessons on this, the most important maxim in the art of popular cheating. For the love of God, sir, a penny. 3. Whenever on any matter, moral, sentimental, or political, you find yourself utterly ignorant, talk immediately of the laws of nature. As those laws are written nowhere, Locke, they are known by nobody. Should any ask you how you happen to know such or such a doctrine as the dictate of nature, clap your hand to your heart and say, "Here." 4. Yield to a man's taste, and he will yield to your interest. 5. When you talk to the half-wise, twaddle. When you talk to the ignorant, brag. When you talk to the sagacious, look very humble, and ask their opinion. 6. Always bear in mind, my beloved pupils, that the means of livelihood depend not on the virtues but the vices of others. The lawyer, the statesman, the hangman, the physician, are paid by our sins; nay, even the commoner professions, the tailor, the coachmaker, the upholsterer, the wine merchant, draw their fortunes, if not their existence, from those smaller vices, our foibles. Vanity is the figure prefixed to the ciphers of necessity. Wherefore, O my beloved pupils, never mind what a man's virtues are, waste no time in learning them, fasten at once on his infirmities. Do to the one as, were you an honest man, you would do to the many. This is the way to be a rogue individually, as a lawyer is a rogue professionally. Knaves are like critics. Nullum simile est quod idem. Editor. Flies that feed on the sore part, and would have nothing to live on, were the body in health. Tatler. 7. Every man finds it desirable to have tears in his eyes at times. One has a sympathy with humid lids. Providence hath beneficially provided for this want, and given to every man, in its divine forethought, misfortunes painful to recall. Hence probably those human calamities which the atheist rails against. Wherefore, when you are uttering some affecting sentiment to your intended dupe, think of the greatest misfortune you ever had in your life. Habit will soon make the association of tears, and that melancholy remembrance, constantly felicitous. I knew, my dear pupils, a most intelligent Frenchman, who obtained a charming legacy from an old poet by repeating the bard's verses with streaming eyes. How were you able to weep at will? asked I. I was young then, my pupils. Je pensois, answered he, à mon pauvre père qui est mort. The union of sentiment with the ability of swindling made that Frenchman a most fascinating creature. 8. Never commit the error of the over-shrewd, and deem human nature worse than it is. Human nature is so damnably good, that if it were not for human art, we knaves could not live. The primary elements of a man's mind do not sustain us. It is what he owes to the pains taken with his education. and the blessings of civilized society. 9. Whenever you doubt, my pupils, whether your man be a quack or not, decide the point by seeing if your man be a positive asserter. Nothing indicates imposture like confidence. Volney saith well, that the most celebrated of charlatans, Mahomet, and the boldest of tyrants, begins his extraordinary tissue of lies by these words, "There is no doubt in this book." 10. There is one way of cheating people peculiar to the British Isles, in which, my pupils, I earnestly recommend you to import hither, cheating by subscription. People like to be plundered in company. Dupery then grows into the spirit of party. Thus one quack very gravely requested persons to fit up a ship for him, and send him round the world as its captain to make discoveries; and another patriotically suggested that £10,000 should be subscribed. For what? To place him in Parliament. Neither of these fellows could have screwed an individual out of a shilling had he asked him for it in a corner; but a printed list, with His Royal Highness at the top, plays the devil with English guineas. A subscription for individuals may be considered a society for the ostentatious encouragement of idleness, impudence, beggary, imposture, and other public virtues. 11. Whenever you read the life of a great man, I mean a man eminently successful, you will perceive all the qualities given to him are the qualities necessary even to a mediocre rogue. He possessed, saith the biographer, the greatest address, namely, the faculty of wheedling; the most admirable courage, namely, the faculty of bullying; the most noble fortitude, namely, the faculty of bearing to be bullied; the most singular versatility, namely, the faculty of saying one thing to one man and its reverse to another; and the most wonderful command over the mind of his contemporaries, namely, the faculty of victimizing their purses, or seducing their actions. Wherefore, if luck cast you in humble life, assiduously study the biographies of the great, in order to accomplish you as a rogue; if in the more elevated range of society, be thoroughly versed in the lives of the roguish; so shall you fit yourself to be eminent. 12. The hypocrisy of virtue, my beloved pupils, is a little out of fashion nowadays. It is sometimes better to affect the hypocrisy of vice, appear generously profligate, and swear with a hearty face that you do not pretend to be better than the generality of your neighbors. Sincerity is not less a covering than lying. A frieze greatcoat wraps you as well as a Spanish cloak. 13. When you are about to execute some great plan, and to defraud a number of persons, let the first one or two of the allotted number be the cleverest, shrewdest fellows you can find. You have then a reference that will alone dupe the rest of the world. That Mr. Lynx is satisfied will amply suffice to satisfy Mr. Mole of the honesty of your intentions. Nor are shrewd men the hardest to take in. They rely on their strength. Invulnerable heroes are necessarily the bravest. Talk to them in a business-like manner, and refer your design at once to their lawyer. My friend John Shamberry was a model in this grand stroke of art. He swindled 12 people to the tune of some thousands, with no other trouble than it first cost him to swindle. Whom do you think? The secretary to the Society for the Suppression of Swindling. 14. Divide your arts into two classes, those which cost you little labor, those which cost much. The first, flattery, attention, answering letters by return of post, walking across the street to oblige the man you intend to ruin. All these you must never neglect. The least man is worth gaining at a small cost. And besides, while you are serving yourself, you are also obtaining the character of civility, diligence, and good nature. But the arts which cost you much labor, a long subservience to one testy individual, aping the semblance of a virtue, a quality, or a branch of learning which you do not possess, to a person difficult to blind, all these never begin except for great ends, worth not only the loss of time, but the chance of detection. Great pains for small gains is the maxim of the miser. The rogue should have more grandeur d'âme, greatness of soul. 15. Always forgive. 16. If a man owe you a sum of money, pupils though you be of mine, you may once in your lives be so silly as to lend, and you find it difficult to get it back, appeal, not to his justice, but to his charity. The components of justice flatter few men. Who likes to submit to an inconvenience because he ought to do it, without praise, without even self-gratulation? But charity, my dear friends, tickles up human ostentation deliciously. Charity implies superiority, and the feeling of superiority is most grateful to social nature. Hence the commonness of charity in proportion to other virtues all over the world. And hence you will especially note that in proportion as people are haughty and arrogant, will they laud almsgiving and encourage charitable institutions. 17. Your genteel rogues do not sufficiently observe the shrewdness of the vulgar ones. The actual beggar takes advantage of every sore, but the moral swindler is unpardonably dull as to the happiness of a physical infirmity. To obtain a favour, neglect no method that may allure compassion. I knew a worthy curate who obtained 2 livings by the felicity of a hectic cough, and a younger brother who subsisted for 10 years on his family by virtue of a slow consumption. 18. When you want to possess yourself of a small sum, recollect that the small sum be put into juxtaposition with the great. I do not express myself clearly. Take an example. In London there are sharpers who advertise £70,000 to be advanced at 4%, principals only conferred with. The gentleman wishing for such a sum on mortgage goes to see the advertiser. The advertiser says he must run down and look at the property on which the money is to be advanced. His journey and expenses will cost him a mere trifle, say 20 guineas. Let him speak confidently. Let the gentleman very much want the money at the interest stated, and 3 to 1, but our sharper gets the 20 guineas. So paltry a sum in comparison to £70,000, though so serious a sum had the matter related to halfpence. 19. Lord Coke has said, "To trace an error to its fountainhead is to refute it." Now, my young pupils, I take it for granted that you are interested in the preservation of error. You do not wish it, therefore, to be traced to its fountainhead. Whenever, then, you see a sharp fellow tracking it up, you have 2 ways of settling the matter. You may say with a smile, "Nay, now, sir, you grow speculative. I admire your ingenuity." Or else look grave, colour up, and say, "I fancy, sir, there is no warrant for this assertion in the most sacred of all authorities." The devil can quote Scripture, you know, and a very sensible devil it is, too. 20. Rochefoucauld has said, "The hate of favourites is nothing else but the love of favour." The idea is a little cramped. The hate we bear to any man is only the result of our love for some good which we imagine he possesses, or which, being in our possession, we imagine he has attacked. Thus envy, the most ordinary species of hate, arises from our value for the glory, or the plate, or the content we behold; and revenge is born from our regard for our fame that has been wounded, or our acres molested, or our rights invaded. But the most noisy of all hatreds is hatred for the rich, from love for the riches. Look well on the poor devil who is always railing at coaches and four. Book him as a man to be bribed. 21. My beloved pupils, few have yet sufficiently studied the art by which the practice of jokes becomes subservient to the science of swindlers. The heart of an inferior is always fascinated by a jest. Men know this in the knavery of elections. Know it now, my pupils, in the knavery of life. When you slap yon cobbler so affectionately on the back, it is your own fault if you do not slap your purpose into him at the same time. Note how Shakespeare, whom study night and day, no man hath better expounded the mysteries of roguery, causes his grandest and most accomplished villain, Richard III., to address his good friends, the murderers, with a jocular panegyric on that hardness of heart on which doubtless those poor fellows most pique themselves. Your eyes drop millstones where fools' eyes drop tears. I like you, lads. Can't you fancy the knowing grin with which the dogs received this compliment, and the little sly punch in the stomach with which Richard dropped those loving words, "I like you, lads"? 22. As good nature is the characteristic of the dupe, so should good temper be that of the knave. The two fit into each other like joints. Happily, good nature is a Narcissus, and falls in love with its own likeness; and good temper is to good nature what the florimel of snow was to the florimel of flesh, an exact likeness made of the coldest materials. 23. Being the praise of knavery. A knave is a philosopher, though a philosopher is not necessarily a knave. What hath a knave to do with passions? Every irregular desire he must suppress, every foible he must weed out. His whole life is spent in the acquisition of knowledge. For what is knowledge? The discovery of human errors. He is the only man always consistent, yet ever examining. He knows but one end, yet explores every means. Danger, ill repute, all that terrify other men, daunt not him. He braves all, but is saved from all. For I hold that a knave ceaseth to be the knave. He hath passed into the fool, the moment mischief befalls him. He professes the art of cheating, but the art of cheating is to cheat without peril. He is terus et rotundus. Strokes fly from the lubricity of his polish, and the shiftings of his circular formation. He who is insensible of the glory of his profession, who is open only to the profit, is no disciple of mine. I hold of knavery as Plato hath said of virtue. Could it be seen incarnate, it would beget a personal adoration. None but those who are inspired by a generous enthusiasm will benefit by the above maxims, nor, and here I warn you solemnly from the sacred ground, till your head be uncovered and your feet be bared in the awe of veneration, enter with profit upon the following descriptions of character, that temple of the 10 statutes, wherein I have stored and consecrated the most treasured relics of my travelled thoughts and my collected experience. End of Tomlinsoniana, Part 1. Tomlinsoniana, Part 2 of Paul Clifford by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tomlinsoniana, Part 2. 10 Characters. 1. The mild, irresolute, good-natured, and indolent man. These qualities are accompanied with good feelings, but no principles. The want of firmness evinces also the want of any peculiar or deeply rooted system of thought. A man conning a single and favourite subject of meditation grows wedded to one or the other of the opinions on which he revolves. A man universally irresolute has generally led a desultory life, and never given his attention long together to one thing. This is a man most easy to cheat. My beloved friends, you cheat him even with his eyes open. Indolence is dearer to him than all things, and if you get him alone and put a question to him point blank, he cannot answer no. 2. The timid, suspicious, selfish, and cold man. Generally a character of this description is an excellent man of business, and would at first sight seem to baffle the most ingenious swindler. But you have one hope. I have rarely found it deceive me. This man is usually ostentatious. A cold, a fearful, yet a worldly person has ever an eye upon others. He notes the effect certain things produce on them. He is anxious to learn their opinions, that he may not transgress. He likes to know what the world say of him. Nay, his timidity makes him anxious to repose his selfishness on their good report. Hence he grows ostentatious, likes that effect which is favourably talked of, and that show which wins consideration. At him on this point, my pupils. 3. The melancholy, retired, sensitive, intellectual character. A very good subject this for your knaveries, my young friends, though it requires great discrimination and delicacy. This character has a considerable portion of morbid suspicion and irritation belonging to it. Against these you must guard. At the same time its prevailing feature is a powerful but unacknowledged vanity. It is generally a good opinion of himself, and a feeling that he is not appreciated by others, that make a man reserved. He deems himself unfit for the world because of the delicacy of his temperament, and the want of a correspondent insensibility in those he sees. This is your handle to work on. He is peculiarly flattered, too, on the score of devotion and affection. He exacts in love as from the world too much. He is a Lara, whose females must be Medoras, and even his male friends should be extremely like Calids. Poor man! You see how easily he can be duped. Memorandum: among persons of this character are usually found those oddities, humours, and peculiarities which are each a handle. No man lives out of the world with impunity to the solidity of his own character. Every new outlet to the humour is a new inlet to the heart. 4. The bold, generous, frank, and affectionate man, usually a person of robust health. His constitution keeps him in spirits, and his spirits in courage and in benevolence. He is obviously not a hard character, my good young friends, for you to deceive, for he wants suspicion, and all his good qualities lay him open to you. But beware his anger when he finds you out. He is a terrible Othello when his nature is once stung. Memorandum: a good sort of character to seduce into illegal practices makes a tolerable traitor or a capital smuggler. You yourselves must never commit any illegal offence. Aren't there cat's paws for the chestnuts? As all laws are oppressions, only necessary and often sacred oppressions, which you need not explain to him, and his character is especially hostile to oppression. You easily seduce the person we describe into braving the laws of his country. Yes, the bold, generous, frank, and affectionate man has only to be born in humble life to be sure of a halter. 5. The bold, selfish, close, grasping man will in all probability cheat you, my dear friends, for such a character makes the master rogue, the stuff from which nature forms a Richard III. You had better leave such a man quite alone. He is bad even to serve. He breaks up his tools when he has done with them. No, you can do nothing with him, my good young men. 6. The eating, drinking, unthoughtful, sensual, mechanical man, the ordinary animal. Such a creature has cunning, and is either cowardly or ferocious. Seldom in these qualities he preserves a medium. He is not by any means easy to dupe. Nature defends her mental brutes by the thickness of their hide. Win his mistress if possible. She is the best person to manage him. Such creatures are the natural prey of artful women. Their very stolidity covers all but sensuality. To the Samson, the Delilah. 7. The gay, deceitful, shrewd, polished, able man, the courtier, the man of the world. In public and stirring life, this is the fit antagonist, often the successful and conquering rival of character 5. You perceive a man like this varies so greatly in intellect, from the mere butterfly talent to the rarest genius, from the person you see at cards to the person you see in cabinets, from the blank to the Chesterfield, from the Chesterfield to the Pericles, that it is difficult to give you an exact notion of the weak points of a character so various. But while he dupes his equals and his superiors, I consider him, my attentive pupils, by no means a very difficult character for an inferior to dupe, and in this manner you must go about it. Do not attempt hypocrisy, he will see through it in an instant. Let him think you at once and at first sight a rogue. Be candid on that matter yourself, but let him think you a useful rogue. Serve him well and zealously, but own that you do so because you consider your interest involved in this. This reasoning satisfies him, and as men of this character are usually generous, he will acknowledge its justice by throwing you plenty of sops, and stimulating you with bountiful cordials. Should he not content you herein, appear contented, and profit in betraying him. That is the best way to cheat him, not by his failings, but by opportunity. Watch not his character, but your time. 8. The vain, arrogant, brave, amorous, flashy character, This sort of character we formerly attributed to the French, and it is still more common to the continent than that beloved island which I shall see no more. A creature of this description is made up of many false virtues. Above others, it is always profuse where its selfishness is appealed to, not otherwise. You must find, then, what pleases it, and pander to its tastes. So will ye cheat it, or ye will cheat it also by affecting the false virtues which it admires itself. Rouge your sentiments highly, and let them strut with a buskinged air. Thirdly, my good young men, ye will cheat it by profuse flattery, and by calling it, in especial, the mirror of chivalry. 9. The plain, sensible, honest man, a favorable but not elevated specimen of our race. This character, my beloved pupils, you may take in once, but never twice. Nor can you take in such a man as a stranger. He must be your friend or relation, and have known intimately some part of your family. A man of this character is always open, though in a moderate and calm degree, to the duties and ties of life. He will always do something to serve his friend, his brother, or the man whose father pulled his father out of the Serpentine. Affect with him no varnish, exert no artifice in attempting to obtain his assistance. Candidly state your wish for such or such a service, sensibly state your pretensions, modestly hint at your gratitude. So may you deceive him once, then leave him alone forever. 10. The fond, silly, credulous man, all impulse, and no reflection. How my heart swells when I contemplate this excellent character! What a Canaan for you does it present! I envy you launching into the world with the sanguine hope of finding all men such. Delightful enthusiasm of youth! Would that the hope could be realized! Here is the very incarnation of gullibility. You have only to make him love you, and no hedgehog ever sucked egg as you can suck him. Never be afraid of his indignation. Go to him again and again. Only throw yourself on his neck and weep. To gull him once is to gull him always. Get his first shilling, and then calculate what you will do with the rest of his fortune. Never desert so good a man for new friends. That would be ungrateful in you. And take with you, by the way, my good young gentlemen, this concluding maxim. Men are like lands. You will get more by lavishing all your labor again and again upon the easy than by plowing up new ground in the sterile. Legislators, wise, good, pious men, the Tom Thumbs of moral science, who make giants first and then kill them, you think the above lessons villainous. I honor your penetration. They are not proofs of my villainy, but of your folly. Look over them again, and you will see that they are designed to show that while ye are imprisoning, transporting, and hanging thousands every day, a man with a decent modicum of cunning might practice every one of those lessons which seem to you so heinous, and not one of your laws could touch him. Brachologia, or Essays Critical, Sentimental, Moral, and Original, addressed to his pupils by Augustus Tomlinson. The irony in the preceding essays is often lost sight of in the present. The illness of this great man, which happened while composing these little gems, made him perhaps more in earnest than when in robust health. Editor's note. On the morality taught by the rich to the poor. As soon as the urchin pauper can totter out of doors, it is taught to pull off its hat, and pull its hair to the quality. A good little boy, says the squire, there's a halfpenny for you. The good little boy glows with pride. That halfpenny instills deep the lesson of humility. Now goes our urchin to school. Then comes the Sunday teaching before church, which enjoins the poor to be lowly, and to honor every man better off than themselves. A pound of honor to the squire, and an ounce to the beadle. Then the boy grows up, and the lord of the manor instructs him thus: Be a good boy, Tom, and I'll befriend you. Tread in the steps of your father. He was an excellent man, and a great loss to the parish. He was a very civil, hard-working, well-behaved creature. Knew his station, mind, and do like him. So perpetual hard labor and plenty of cringing make the ancestral virtues to be perpetuated to peasants till the day of judgment. Another insidious distillation of morality is conveyed through a general praise of the poor. You hear false friends of the people, who call themselves liberals and Tories, who have an idea of morals half chivalric, half pastoral, agree in lauding the unfortunate creatures whom they keep at work for them. But mark the virtues the poor are always to be praised for: industry, honesty, and content. The first virtue is extolled to the skies, because industry gives the rich everything they have; the second, because honesty prevents an iota of the said everything being taken away again; and the third, because content is to hinder these poor devils from ever objecting to a lot so comfortable to the persons who profit by it. This, my pupils, is the morality taught by the rich to the poor. Emulation. The great error of emulation is this: we emulate effects without inquiring into causes. When we read of the great actions of a man, we are on fire to perform the same exploits without endeavoring to ascertain the precise qualities which enabled the man we imitate to commit the actions we admire. Could we discover these, how often might we discover that their origin was a certain temper of body, a certain peculiarity of constitution, and that wish we for the same success, we should be examining the nature of our bodies rather than sharpening the faculties of our minds; should use dumbbells perhaps instead of books; nay, on the other hand, contract some grievous complaint rather than perfect our moral salubrity. Who should say whether Alexander would have been a hero had his neck been straight, or Boileau a satirist had he never been pecked by a turkey? It would be pleasant to see you, my beloved pupils, after reading Quintus Curtius, twisting each other's throat; or, fresh from Boileau, hurrying to the poultry yard in the hope of being mutilated into the performance of a second Lutrin. Caution against the scoffers of humbug. My beloved pupils, there is a set of persons in the world, daily increasing, against whom you must be greatly on your guard. There is a fascination about them. They are people who declare themselves vehemently opposed to humbug; fine, liberal fellows, clear sighted, yet frank. When these sentiments arise from reflection, well and good; they are the best sentiments in the world. But many take them up second hand. They are very inviting to the indolence of the mob of gentlemen who see the romance of a noble principle, not its utility. When a man looks at everything through this dwarfing philosophy, everything has a great modicum of humbug. You laugh with him when he derides the humbug in religion, the humbug in politics, the humbug in love, the humbug in the plausibilities of the world; but you may cry, my dear pupils, when he derides what is often the safest of all practically to deride, the humbug in common honesty. Men are honest from religion, wisdom, prejudice, habit, fear, and stupidity; but the few only are wise; and the persons we speak of deride religion, are beyond prejudice, unawed by habit, too indifferent for fear, and too experienced for stupidity. Popular wrath at individual imprudence. You must know, my dear young friends, that while the appearance of magnanimity is very becoming to you, and so forth, it will get you a great deal of ill will if you attempt to practice it to your own detriment. Your neighbors are so invariably, though perhaps insensibly, actuated by self-interest. Self-interest. Mr. Tomlinson is wrong here, but his ethics were too much narrowed to utilitarian principles. Editor. Is so entirely, though every twaddler denies it, the axis of the moral world, that they fly into a rage with him who seems to disregard it. When a man ruins himself, just hear the abuse he receives. His neighbors take it as a personal affront. Dum defluat omnes. One main reason why men who have been great are disappointed when they retire to private life is this: memory makes a chief source of enjoyment to those who cease eagerly to hope, but the memory of the great recalls only that public life which has disgusted them. Their private life hath slipped insensibly away, leaving faint traces of the sorrow or the joy which found them too busy to heed the simple and quiet impressions of mere domestic vicissitude. Self-glorifiers. Providence seems to have done to a certain set of persons, who always view their own things through a magnifying medium, deem their house the best in the world, their gun the truest, their very pointer a miracle, as Colonel Hanger suggested to economists to do, namely, provide their servants each with a pair of large spectacles, so that a lark might appear as big as a fowl, and a twopenny loaf as large as a quartern. Thought on Fortune. It is often the easiest move that completes the game. Fortune is like the lady whom a lover carried off from all his rivals by putting an additional lace upon his liveries. Wit and truth. People may talk about fiction being the source of fancy, and wit being at variance with truth. Now some of the wittiest things in the world are witty solely from their truth. Truth is the soul of a good saying. You assert, observes the Socrates of modern times, that we have a virtual representation. Very well, let us have a virtual taxation too. Here the wit is in the fidelity of the sequitur. When Columbus broke the egg, where was the wit? In the completeness of conviction in the broken egg. Autotheology. Not only every sect, but every individual modifies the general attributes of the deity towards assimilation with his own character. The just man dwells on the justice, the stern upon the wrath. The attributes that do not please the worshipper he insensibly forgets. Wherefore, O my pupils, you will not smile when you read in Barnes that the pygmies declared Jove himself was a pygmy. The pious vanity of man makes him adore his own qualities under the pretense of worshipping those of his God. Glorious constitution. A sentence is sometimes as good as a volume. If a man asks you to give him some idea of the laws of England, the answer is short and easy. In the laws of England there are somewhere about 150 laws by which a poor man may be hanged, but not one by which he can obtain justice for nothing. Answer to the popular cant, that goodness in a statesman is better than ability. As in the world we must look to actions, not motives, so a knave is the man who injures you, and you do not inquire whether the injury be the fruit of malice or necessity. Place, then, a fool in power, and he becomes unconsciously the knave. Mr. Addington stumbled on the two very worst and most villainous taxes human malice could have invented, one on medicines, the other on justice. What tyrant's fearful ingenuity could afflict us more than by impeding at once redress for our wrongs and cure for our diseases? Mr. Addington was the fool in se, and therefore the knave in office, but bless you, he never meant it. Common sense. Common sense, common sense. Of all phrases, all catchwords, this is often the most deceitful and the most dangerous. Look in especial suspiciously upon common sense whenever it is opposed to discovery. Common sense is the experience of every day. Discovery is something against the experience of every day. No wonder then that when Galileo proclaimed the great truth, the universal cry was pshaw. Common sense will tell you the reverse. Talk to a sensible man for the first time on the theory of vision, and hear what his common sense will say to it. In a letter in the time of Bacon, the writer of no mean intellect himself says, "It is a pity the Chancellor should set his opinion against the experience of so many centuries and the dictates of common sense." Common sense, then, so useful in household matters, is less useful in the legislative and in the scientific world than it has been generally deemed. Naturally the advocate for what has been tried, and averse to what is speculative, it opposes the new philosophy that appeals to reason and clings to the old which is propped by sanction. Love and writers on love. My warm, hot-headed, ardent young friends, ye are in the flower of your life, and writing verses about love. Let us say a word on the subject. There are two species of love common to all men and to most animals. Most animals, for some appear insensible to the love of custom. One springs from the senses, the other grows out of custom. Now neither of these, my dear young friends, is the love that you pretend to feel, the love of lovers. Your passion, having only its foundation, and that unacknowledged, in the senses, owes everything else to the imagination. Now the imagination of the majority is different in complexion and degree in every country and in every age. So also, and consequently, is the love of the imagination. As a proof, observe that you sympathize with the romantic love of other times or nations only in proportion as you sympathize with their poetry and imaginative literature. The love which stalks through the Arcadia or Amadis of Gaul is, to the great bulk of readers, coldly insipid or solemnly ridiculous. Alas, when those works excited enthusiasm, so did the love which they describe. The long speeches, the icy compliments, express the feeling of the day. The love madrigals of the time of Shenstone, or the brocade gallantries of the French poets in the last century, any woman now would consider hollow, or childish, imbecile, or artificial. Once the songs were natural, and the love seductive. And now, my young friends, in the year 1822, in which I write, and shall probably die, the love which glitters through Moore, and walks so ambitiously ambiguous through the verse of Byron, the love which you consider now so deep and so true, the love which tingles through the hearts of your young ladies, and sets you young gentlemen gazing on the evening star, all that love too will become unfamiliar or ridiculous to an after age. And the young aspirings, and the moonlight dreams, and the vague fiddle-de-dees, which ye now think so touching and so sublime, will go, my dear boys, where Cowley's mistress and Waller's Saccharissa have gone before. Go with the Sapphos and the Chloes, the elegant, charming fairs, and the chivalric, most beauteous princesses. The only love poetry that stands through all time and appeals to all hearts is that which is founded on either or both the species of love natural to all men, the love of the senses and the love of custom. In the latter is included what middle-aged men call the rational attachment, the charm of congenial minds, as well as the homely and warmer accumulation of little memories of simple kindness, or the mere brute habitude of seeing a face as one would see a chair. These, sometimes singly, sometimes skilfully blended, make the theme of those who have perhaps loved the most honestly and the most humanly. These yet render Tibullus pathetic, and Ovid a master over tender affections, and these above all make that irresistible and all-touching inspiration which subdues the romantic, the calculating, the old, the young, the courtier, the peasant, the poet, the man of business, in the glorious love poetry of Robert Burns. The great entailed. The great inheritance of man is a commonwealth of blunders. One race spend their lives in botching the errors transmitted to them by another, and the main cause of all political, that is, all the worst and most general blunders is this: the same rule we apply to individual cases we will not apply to public. All men consent that swindling for a horse is swindling. They punish the culprit and condemn the fault. But in a state there is no such unanimity. Swindling, Lord help you, is called by some fine name, and cheating grows grandiloquent, and styles itself policy. In consequence of this, there is always a battle between those who call things by their right names and those who pertinaciously give them the wrong ones. Hence all sorts of confusion. This confusion extends very soon to the laws made for individual cases. And thus in old states, though the world is still agreed that private swindling is private swindling, there is the devil's own difficulty in punishing the swindling of the public. The art of swindling now is a different thing to the art of swindling 100 years ago. But the laws remain the same. Adaptation in private cases is innovation in public. So without repealing old laws, they make new. Sometimes these are effectual, but more often not. Now, my beloved pupils, a law is a gun, which, if it misses a pigeon, always kills a crow. If it does not strike the guilty, it hits someone else. As every crime creates a law, so in turn every law creates a crime, and hence we go on multiplying sins and evils, and faults and blunders, till society becomes the organized disorder for picking pockets. The regeneration of a knave. A man who begins the world by being a fool often ends it by becoming a knave. But he who begins as a knave, if he be a rich man, and so not hanged, may end my beloved pupils, in being a pious creature. And this is the wherefore. A knave early soon gets knowledge of the world. One vice worn out makes us wiser than 50 tutors. But wisdom causes us to love quiet, and in quiet we do not sin. He who is wise and sins not can scarcely fail of doing good, for let him but utter a new truth, and even his imagination cannot conceive the limit of the good he may have done to man. Style. Do you well understand what a wonderful thing style is? I think not, for in the exercises you sent me, your styles betrayed that no very earnest consideration had been lavished upon them. Know then that you must pause well before you take up any model of style. On your style often depends your own character, almost always the character given you by the world. If you adopt the lofty style, if you string together noble phrases and swelling sonora, you have expressed, avowed, a frame of mind which you will insensibly desire to act up to. The desire gradually begets the capacity. The life of Dr. Parr is Dr. Parr's style put in action, and Lord Byron makes himself through existence unhappy for having accidentally slipped into a melancholy current of words. But suppose you escape this calamity by a peculiar hardihood of temperament, you escape not the stamp of popular opinion. Addison must ever be held by the vulgar the most amiable of men, because of the social amenity of his diction, and the admirers of language will always consider Burke a nobler spirit than Fox, because of the grandeur of his sentences. How many wise sayings have been called jests, because they were wittily uttered? How many nothings swell their author into a sage, ay, a saint, because they were strung together by the old hypocrite nun, gravity. The end. End of Tomlinsoniana, Part 2. End of Paul Clifford by Edward Bulwer-Lytton.